According to my resources, the ad break has ended. Hello. How's it going? You know, I kinda always come back when the ads die. It's kinda insane. It's almost like I timed it like that, you know? That it's kinda insane. But you know, hello everyone. You live? Yeah, the ads are dead, bro. I don't know what else to— why is it dying? I don't know what else to tell you. Did I scroll I did scroll accidentally. Somehow I scrolled oh wait, it's still doing the weird thing. Oh, is it because of that? Oh, that is why. Oh, yep, I forgot that it does that for some reason. But Bello, how's it going, everyone? Hi, Lover, hi, Unseal, hi, Enox, hi, Kazuma. The music was from Kirby? It was from Kirby, and this one's from Animal Crossing. Nearly specifically. Anyway. Bello, everyone. I wanted to edit today, and then I fucking, like...
There you go. Have a head.
I couldn't do anything today. I woke up so late because I couldn't sleep last night. I slept at like 2 or 3 a.m. last night. I could not go to bed. And now I'm... yeah. Hi Slade, how's it going? My hair is braids. Yeah. And then someone changed it. But, thanks for the head pat, eye catch too. Love Kirby? I love Kirby too. So yeah, I couldn't edit. I kind of woke up at like 12, I'm pretty sure. And then, yeah, I kind of just like, I couldn't edit because of it. I wanted to stream early too, and I was like, fuck, I don't really care anymore. My hair is hat now. I also feel, you feel it? I also feel kind of like a shortness of breath, so I might just be sick, and that's why I can't sleep. But who knows? It might be something else. Who the fuck knows? Anyway, I gotta open the ROM, and I gotta hope that nothing dies. A lot of things will probably die, though. Especially because I had to full screen this. I had to turn off the music, and then I had to capture it so you can hear it. So hopefully, you know, nothing dies while I'm doing this. Okay, I think you can hear it now. Yeah. Famous last words, yeah. Hi, Cohen, how's it going? Kill you, please, in Minecraft? I can't do that legally. Maybe I can do it illegally, you know? But I can't do it legally, I'm sorry. I'm trying to stay legal now. I kinda can't do it. Did I bring my Garchomp here? Oh my god, I fucking did. Why am I stupid, bro? To be fair, it was late at night. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I can bring my Garchomp in a fucking ice area with fucking ice type Pokemon. Like, it won't fucking die, but you know, whatever. And you know what? Actually, let's put it in the front. Because why not? This'll go well. But yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, bro. Hi NB, how's it going? Oh my god, bro, everyone here on a fucking random ass Wednesday. To be fair, that's usually— I don't know why Wednesdays always do well. It's kind of weird that it does. But yeah, I just be doing shit, you know? Where's fucking— yeah, there you go. Oh wait, you're weak to ice too. Uh-oh. You're good? Sign up. I wish Snowmons were more viable. I mean, you have Sneasel. That's all you need, right? That's all you fucking need, bro. You don't need anything else. You just need Sneasel. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh why? See, this is what I've been dealing with. Ever since I started my PC, I've like had random notifications to just update shit. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. I had Java want to update, and I had this. It's so weird. Oh, my magical leaf is disabled. You know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna drain you. You know, they did my girl Frostlass and Mega, but not Flygon. Oh yeah, Mega Frostlass is also kind of viable. I mean, not really though. Like, compared to the other Megas, like, not really, but you know. Mega Staraptor though, can we talk about that terrorist fucking Pokemon? Like, why does he exist? I don't know why it exists. Like, yeah, Frostlass, like... not Frostlass, Staraptor was always good, but oh my fucking god, Mega Staraptor now, just insane. It's actually just, it's so insane how good it is. Sasuke, verb. It's a bird if it could just go up to your face and punch you 1,000 times. That's what it is. Are you serious? Oh, and of course it doesn't fucking miss. Okay. That's what it is. I swear, if I still one-shot... Okay, yeah, fuck you. I'm burning, I one-shot you. Fuck you, bro. Actually pathetic. But yeah, it's so stupid. Pseudo Widow. That is a rock, right? What is rock weak to? Oh wait, water. Yeah, never mind. But yeah, that's what Mega Staraptor is. Mega Staraptor is just like a bird if it could just like go up to you, punch you 1,000 times in the face, and then just like you're dead, and you don't even know it. Mega Staraptor is like if a bird was Satoru Gojo and could fucking hollow purple you in like right next to you. That's what Mega Staraptor is. That's why I love calling it a terrorist, because it is a fucking terrorist. Actually, I call regular Staraptor a terrorist, but it's still a terrorist, so it's like whatever. I don't know where I'm going. I just be going places. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's fucking stupid. It's actually fucking stupid. Mega Staraptor for Demon from... what it sounds... yeah. Mega Staraptor is a beast. Mega Staraptor is a terrorist. Don't trust that guy. Do not trust that guy. Do not trust fucking Mega Staraptor. He will touch you inappropriately. Do not trust that guy. Oh my god, why is it double hit doing so much? I got hit twice. A hail's gonna kill me. Wait, am I faster? I don't know. I am, okay. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to deal with Mega Staraptor is. He's just cool, I guess. Mega Staraptor is strong enough to do whatever the fuck it wants to, so like, don't trust it, actually. Oh, I got lucky number. I don't feel lucky. But yeah, I don't trust that guy. I would not trust that guy. Porygon 2? Wait, that's normal as well. Oh my god, my hair has changed. My hair has been changed. Look at this guy, I love Porygon. You know, the only fighting type moves I have is close combat on both my bird and monkey, so it's like, whatever. Get hair changed? My hair will be changed, bro. I'm talking about competitive Pokemon. I feel like most of you don't know what I'm talking about. And you know, I don't know. Like, how many people here, you know, have played competitive Pokemon? I'm actually curious. Because I think one person, like, I don't know, kind of wants to teach me. But I also feel like... It's my partner, by the way. She loves Pokemon. She got me into Pokemon. I'm here for it. I don't play comp, but I watch it sometimes. You try to win somebody, you forgot your strategy. It's because my partner, she loves Pokemon. Like, she got me into Pokemon. And... I don't know, it's just like... I feel like if she ever taught me Pokemon, like, I feel like we would break up. I feel like she would hate me. I feel like I'm too stupid for competitive Pokemon. I don't fucking know. I'm something. I don't know what it is, but I'm something. That's why my fucking Garchomp is in the front. Tropius. That is a grass type. Should I flamethrower his ass? Oh wait, no, but it's grass flying, right? So it's weak to... Oh, it's weak to fire, yeah. I was gonna say, but the flying, like... What the fuck? The grass type, like, negates the flying type, you know? So it's not weak to electricity, but, you know, this guy's weak to... Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm not dead. My turn was when you tried to get me to competitive Pokemon, she never asked me... Yeah, see, that's what... I feel like if you just had to teach someone competitive Pokemon though, I feel like they'd hate it. It's this thing. I feel like it doesn't matter who it is, I feel like they'll just hate it. So it's like, yeah, whatever, everyone hates it. We know this. Am I gonna have to heal him every single time? Every single time I switch him in? Not a competitive person. I feel like comments are breaking down stats, which sucks. Not the fun for some people, but some people love it. I don't know how I'd feel about it. Like, I want to play Champions. And like, that's the game I would learn is Champions. But I feel like, I don't know. It'd be weird. Because Champions is a weird fucking game. And I feel like I said, I feel like if she taught me Champions, like, it'd just be weird. I feel like I'm better off learning, Showdown. Oh my god, Sneasel. What is Ice weak to? Ice is weak to, like, everything. So I don't... You know what? I'm gonna switch you in, you're gonna die again. And I'm gonna have to heal you again. Yeah, Z, I told you. Okay, never mind. Well, it did nothing. It lowered my speed, but I think it's already faster than me, so whatever. But yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. Why does everyone have beat up? What the fuck is that move? I don't know what it is. I hate it. But yeah. Oh wait, have you guys seen the leak? The Pokemon Diamond Pearl leak? Oh my god, thanks for the heart. But have you seen the Pokemon Diamond Pearl leak? Like all the beta Pokemon? Did you see? Beta Piplup? Beta power increase via each dead party member? Oh, I see. Oh yeah, a bunch of beta Pokemon for this game specifically got leaked. Like, we saw beta Piplup, we saw the beta starters. Turtwig originally was an armadillo, apparently. And then they changed it to a turtle. Which, honestly, I'm glad they did that. But yeah. What, isn't there leaks for Pokemon? That is true. I don't know why it went down. Hello. I'm gonna fight you, cause fuck you. Oh yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center. I'm gonna fly out of here immediately to get Thunderbolt, and also to switch my, you know, my cool Pokemon. And then that's it. I don't know what I'm gonna do after that. Yeah, fire, water, grass, turtles. I love turtle, but armadillo. I don't know. I live in Texas, so maybe I don't care about armadillo that much. We're an employee in 1802 prior after these recent leaks. Twerkable Steve. What you mean by that? I'm burnt. Oh, also a tailing. I forgot. I said, hi, Dream Threat. How's it going? I'm burnt. Why'd I do so much? I'm a water type. Fuck you. Actually, will this do a lot? No, right? Because you have reflect. Right, I forgot. Uh-oh. So I'm being buffeted by hail and the fucking bird and the Mr. Mime goes before me. Oh my fucking god. What is the world coming to? Oh, and you're mimicking me. Except hello. But yeah, I don't know. Those leaks look cool. I kind of want to look at them again. Because I didn't really see all of them. Actually, the Chimchar Final Evo, it looks disgusting. The beta one, it looks disgusting. Because it wasn't Infernape. Infernape was going to be the middle evolution. And then they changed it. And the final Evo, it looks disgusting. I don't like it. Have you been? I've been good. I just been playing Pokemon. This guy has a Scyther and it's gonna die immediately. It looks Zebra's dead. Was it gonna be like a giant fire? Yeah. So it kind of looked like a more disgusting of the version of Monferno, actually. Like it was bigger. It looked weird. And actually, Beta Infernape, like the art they made for it, it looked so cool. It actually looked really cool. Like once only becoming Digimon for these variants. Oh wait, I just realized Seattle might be dead. Uh-oh. Well, you better one-shot him, or you're dead. Well, that sucks. Seattle's dead, no! Oh, that's why, because they had Reflect. Hi, Leiru, how's it going? I'm dead. I'm dead. The fucking burn got me. That sucks. 7 strange streak, well. The one Pokemon is just really hot when you know the evolution's complete. Exactly. Exactly. You know what? Sure. They don't have Ice-type moves? Sure. You can do this. You can get experience. Finally. Yippee! I love having a ground type. Seattle is dead. You know, at least now it doesn't have burn though. That's all I can ask for. It's not burned anymore. So I don't have to deal with stupid shit anymore. Oh my god, wait! You can get Obama! Wait, I didn't know you could get Obama in this game. I didn't know this game had Obama. Oh my god, thank you, Obama! What the hell? Thanks, Obama. Who wants to get the Obama Pokemon? Maybe I should have gotten it. I don't- who the fuck are you? Oh, Celeste. Are you maybe on your way to Snowboard Gym? That's where I'm going too. If I use Fly, I can get there instantly, but I'm walking for my training. I had no problem with this. I'm used to the cold because I go barefoot and lightly dressed. Oh, that was nothing really. I'm not cold at all. I'll be going now. Please take care. Bye. I'm gonna die in this snowstorm. It's a yeah, I'm fucking dying, bro. You know what I just realized? Yeah, there you go. That's what I realized. There you go. That's an Electabuzz. Oh my god, I can kill something naturally. Oh my god, thank you. Actually, wait, so much shit is weak to ground. I don't know why I'm saying this. What the hell? Why do you have Swifted? Why do you go before me? You're an Electabuzz, bro. You're slow as fuck. Die. Oh wait, you are 3 levels higher. You know, that makes sense. No Ice Punch. I don't know where you get Ice Punch. Also, I have Ice Beam, so... Oh wait, unless you're talking about that guy. In which case, yeah, this hail will do so much to me. Ouch. Magmar. Gonna learn. Oh yeah, them. Oh. God, it sucks that both Honolulu and Seattle need experience. Gonna go while I go out and get some nearby. Be back in a bit. Okay, goodbye. See you in a bit. Why? Why do you all have Will-O-Wisp? Why do you never move? What's the point, bro? What's the point? Flygon or White. Team Flygon, true. Flygon with a White. Maybe. Yeah, why do they all have Will-O-Wisp? Okay, you know what? I'll use a Burn Heal. For once, I'll use a Burn Heal. Where is it? I don't have a Burn Heal. Do I not have a burn heal? No. Do I have berries that can heal burn? I don't know. Paralysis, sleep, poison, burn. Oh, there we go. I only have 2 of these. I only have fucking 2 of these. Whatever. Will-O-Wisp won't hit again, right? It's only, what, a 40% chance? It won't hit again, right? Or it's 40 accuracy, right? Yeah, it won't hit again, right? Surely not. Surely not Will-O-Wisp will hit again. From a random fucking NPC. I hope not. I actually hope not, but you know, I don't know. This game fucking hates me. As you Snowbird, as you see, this game fucking hates me. Is ice weak to ground? Or is it everything but... No, ground is weak to ice. That's what it is. Duh. No, ground is weak to ice. Ice is not weak to ground. That's what it is. I don't know why I always got them confused. That's why Garchomp dies to one fucking Ice Beam. Because not only is it the Dragon type, but it's also the ground type. That fucks it up. And that's why if you ever just bring an Ice Beam, or a Pokemon that knows an Ice type move to like a Garchomp team, it just dies. Because it's 4 times weak. Fun fact for you. If you're ever struggling with a Garchomp, you know, this is like, you know, not going into account like hidden power and stuff, but you know, whatever. Fun fact for you. Just cause of hypothermia, yeah. Even though it's a shark, it's weak to ice. It's weak to the cold, even though it's a shark. It's a land shark. Like, we didn't know those existed, but they exist. And it's a Garchomp. And it's weak. It's weak to the fucking... yeah. The cold. Actually, wait, sharks like warm water. Wait, no, do they? No, they don't. They throw some cold water at it. Yeah, and it'll fucking die. You don't know how much damage you can do to a Garchomp just by throwing ice at it, actually. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, how do I leave? How do I leave? I'm falling. What's over here? Oh, another fucking skier. Whatever, I'll fight you. It's nice relaxing bath dies. I mean, it's not weak to water. It's weak to cold water. It's weak to the ice, the frozen water. That's what it's weak to. You know what? I want to see how shit Gabite is. So I'm gonna do this. I just want to see how shit it is. Because if we can't one-shot this with Dragon Claw, oh my god, yeah, you're shit. Oh my god, you're dead. What the fuck? I knew Gabite was shit. I didn't know it was this shit, bro. I just wanted to test it. You're weak to ice. I think water... I mean, I have fire. It doesn't matter. You had it, yeah. See, I told you. That's all you had to do. I think all you have to do is, like, use an ice-type move on Garchomp and it fucking dies. That's why, okay, I'll be real with you. When I do Elite 4, I'm not scared of Cynthia's Garchomp, really. I'm scared of her fucking Spiritomb. Because Spiritomb has no weakness in this game. Because Fairy-type doesn't exist. So I'm scared of the Spiritomb. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do against it. Like, the only thing I can think of is either Starat, like, I either use New York or Beijing, and using close combat on it, and that's the only thing I can really think of doing. Other than that, I have no idea what the fuck to do against it, because I don't think that'll one-shot. I don't think either will one-shot, actually. So I'm scared of it. I'm scared of her Spiritomb and not her Garchomp. Which is, you know, it's insane to say. Though actually, the only way I'll be scared of her Garchomp is if it one-shots Seattle. For some fucking reason, it one-shots Seattle. Because it'll probably be faster than Seattle, because Vaporeon is not a fast Pokemon. And so I feel like it'll go before Seattle, and if it earthquakes and one-shots Seattle, then I'll be scared. But other than that, it might be fine. Who knows? Probably not. Oh my god, Skorupi! I can kill you! Actually, yeah, because even Gabite is going before everyone else. Though, to be fair, Ice-type Pokemon are slow as fuck. But still, it's still going before everyone else, so... like, it has to survive. Wait, I thought Skorupi was poisoned. And so it's weak to ground. I guess not, whatever. I don't know anything. But yeah, that's the only way. That is literally the only way. That's the only reason I'll be afraid of Cynthia's Garchomp. If this stupid shit like that happens. Poison in Dark, or this one Poison in Ground. Oh, that's why. Golbat! Oh my fucking god. You know what? Sure, why not? I know there's a type difference. I wish I had my Magnezone, bro. I wish that shit was with me. No, at least no one has a Crobat. Oh. Poison Bug, that's what it is. Wait, so then why wasn't it weak to ground? Because the poison type should have, whatever. You know, this game kinda stupid. Magical Leap used to be my favorite move. Yeah, well, I gotta drain this shit. Sao Paulo's gonna die, bro. Yeah, Sao Paulo's gonna... you know what, whatever. I'll switch to my bird. I'll switch to my fucking bird. That's what I should have done. I don't know why I didn't do that. I should have done that, but I didn't do that, bro. So now I'm dead. The animation was wind blowing for a wee little lad. Well, now it's sleep. Now it has a bunch of leaves. And honestly, they look cool. I love the leaves. The leaves look cool. Leaves are cool. You know? Why do I have to be buffeted by the fucking shit, bro? I love that flying is neutral damage against flying. I don't know why it's like this. It just is. It's weird. Hello, I'm trying to leave. Can I get healed? Can you heal me? Rock climb, I need to be able to... oh, okay. Well, you don't help me, actually. God damn, bro. No one wants to help me. Wow, rock climb. If only I could use this right now. I can't fucking use this shit, bro. Just up ahead. Yeah, I'm trying. Wait. Wait, there's a house. Can you heal me? I need to go to the Pokemon Center though, so I can... Person in reverse side, thank you for visiting. A gift. Spell... what is that? It intensifies ghost type moves. My answer... oh. I don't have a ghost type Pokemon, but thank you. Oh, she's dead. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that, actually. Bro, she's fucking dead. I love it when a person dies in my Pokemon game. This person isn't turning towards me. Why isn't he doing that? What are you doing? I'm using Desert Machine on my Oh, okay. You don't fight me anyway. Okay, so then where do I go? I can't fucking see anything. Hello? I put it somewhere nowhere as a kid, never clicked. Where do I go? That person's dead. I thought she would heal me. And she didn't heal me. This guy will fight me because he's a bitch. Why? Everyone hates me, bro. Oh, Pilo Swine. This way up, I believe. Okay. Can you not hail on me? I don't want to get hailed on, bruh. Why can this even happen, bruh? Why do I have to deal with this? This random fucking status. Slasher, no, I don't want to get hailed on, bro. What did I click? That's what I clicked. I just want to get to the gym so I can get rid of my stupid fucking Badoo. I don't want that shit. I wanted another Pokemon, but you know, whatever. But you didn't get all the experience in this gym anyway, so like, it doesn't even matter. Ouch. Glaceon. No. I will kill Glaceon in one hit. Oh my god, he used quick attack. They knew, bro. They knew. They knew what I was gonna do. They knew I was gonna do that. And now it's dead. God, this lowest HP bar is so fucking funny. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no more video games, or unlimited games but no... Unlimited games but no games? Isn't that counterintuitive? That doesn't make any sense! Oh gee, it's one of your favorite childhood games. Hello, I am playing this for the first time. Can I see your... Well, you're gonna see my team in a bit. I'm fighting. I'm fighting this guy. Oh my god, Krogunk. I love Krogunk. I love Greg. Oh my god, Greg is so cool. I'm so sorry, Greg. I'm so sorry. I can't do this to you. I'm so sorry. Greg, I'm sorry. No. I killed Greg. But he didn't deserve that. I don't... He did something. I don't know what, but he did something. Machoke. Okay. Here you go. Here you go. I can kill him. They made so many cool stage 2 evils during Platinum. They did. Honestly, I don't know what Greg did. But whatever. It's fine. He's dead now. He's okay. He's in the ball. He's fine. He got earthquaked, but it's fine. Why is Star after named New York? Because all my team members are named after cities. That's the theme. Someone told me to do this for this game, like, as the theme, and so that's the theme, real loot. That's what Burp did in New York. Oh. Yeah, don't ask that. Oh, wait. Wait, still weak to ground? I forgot. I need the experience. That's why I switched, but I don't know if they are. I forgot. I think it's the other way, right? Yeah, it's the other way. Let's see. Oh, you're dead anyway. Bye! That it was because of that? Oh. Yeah, no. It's not because of that. Help. Help, I can't go. I should have brought my magnetism, bro. Oh my god, there's so many trainers here. I should have brought my Magnus Zone, bro. Instead of my fucking Catbite. I'm excited to fight Candace. I mean, I feel like it'll be as easy as Byron, because I have Infernape. I don't know. I can't speak today. I can't articulate my thoughts today. I don't know what I was doing. Yeah, Psychic, that's cool. I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Okay, that does nothing. I love Infernape. Pressure Wake was my only challenge in this base game. I just couldn't get past him. I had to kind of cheese him, because what I did was I switched into Staraptor, or not Staraptor, the evolution before that. I switched into, you know, that one, and then I basically just used Fly over and over again, and I used Close Combat on the Floatzel, and then that was it. That's all I did. So a lot against Candace because I had no good counters against her. Yeah, there's not really a good fire type in this game, huh? Except for, you know, Infernape. Oh, wait. I'm so sorry what's about to happen. I'm so sorry for what's about to happen. Bro, New York does not play around. New York does not play around, bro. I'm telling you, New York does not play around. I felt to myself so I could have something safe to switch into. Yeah, but Floatzel's also a bad Pokemon. I don't know. It's weird. That's Infernape with Rapidash? Yeah, I knew it was weird. Seeking. Well, so it's, I mean, it's not the best though. Especially not the best water type in this game. That's why I have my Vaporeon. And I feel like a lot of the Gen 4 Pokemon, like the basic ones, are kind of bad. Like Luxio, Luxray. That's a bad Pokemon. I know because I played BDSP. I know how shit it is. I also used Floatzel and I had a horrible time as well. I need her after that fight. Crazy. The way I like to play Pokemon is I like to just use the ones I catch. Like, I don't like switching Pokemon like mid-game. I know that would be smarter, but I don't like doing that. Wait, am I here? Wait, you finally came along slow, way too slow. Since I see how the rocks are lumpy here, you can't climb these rocks until you get to the Snow Point Gym badge. And I'm Mountain Galactic, I'm coming for you. Anyways, oh yeah, you're right, team. I don't have my full team though. I need to get one. I need to get one party member because I have my stupid fucking Badoo. I need to get rid of it. That's also why I'm kind of rushing. But I'm stuck in this fucking snow. This snow sucks. Okay, I got an Ultra Ball. You know, that'd be cool. If I didn't only play at night. And like, you know, bought a bunch of dust balls because of it. I'm here! Where's the Pokemon Center? Please, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm nipping, but it's okay. Where is it? That's the gym. Where is it? Oh my god, finally I can see. I can finally fucking see, bro. Oh, there it is. Your model's blocked the house so you can't see. I know. That's why I want to heal first and like get my last team member. Cause I have my HN slave in the 6th slot. I want to get rid of it. Hi, Sylvester, are you taking the gym challenge now? I'm going to see Candace soon, but I'm staying put until I warm up first. You should know that Candace is either I-type Pokemon. I really admire Candace. She's so studious. She wanted to practice against me to learn about the fighting type. It's because the I-type matches up badly against the fighting type. Wow. I have a lot. Interesting tags. What? What's wrong with them? They're cool. Oh yeah, there's a lot of my team. Not my whole team, but a lot of my team. Okay, there's my entire team. There you go. You saw them. They're cool, you saw them. Okay, I can get Thunderbolt now. So I'm gonna go do that right now. Before I take on the gym. Why'd I try to fight with you? Where's the Valley Windworks again? Oh wait, it's over... Fuck, it's like one of the first things you go to, right? It's like in Floroma Town, is that it? Or have I not gone to it yet? Haiku, how's it going? I think it's here, right? I don't remember. I actually don't remember. This is the Valley Windworks, right? No, okay. I thought it was. There's my team right there. Oh, it is, okay. Wait, okay, so I have to surf somewhere. Oh, do I just surf here and then... Okay. Wait, that's easy. I'm gonna put on a repel, because I'm gonna get into 27 fucking battles and, like, I know none of you believe me, but my luck is that bad. Okay, to the right, I see... I don't know where my repels are over here, never mind. There we go. Putting up to the left. What is this? A lecturizer. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that does. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's this. It's an evolve item. I see. That makes sense. There's my team, by the way. Again, if you haven't seen it. Get rid of Spark. That's a good name, Pika. Yippee! Okay, hold on a minute. You trade it in a vase. I see. Oh wait, is it for Electabuzz? Or is it for other Pokemon too? That I don't know about. There's a lot of Pokemon I don't know about. Okay, yeah. I know Pokemon sometimes. Only sometimes, though. Okay, as much as I don't want to do this, I also just don't want to kind of fuck around, so... Whatever, you go in the front. Because I need the experience of this thing, and I don't know. I don't want to do that. Magmar is a Magmar exclusive. Oh yeah, could I have that too? I'm gonna buy more Revives because I used a lot of them. And I'm gonna buy more Hyper Potions. Even though I don't really need them. I just have a lot of money, so it doesn't really matter. Hi Terry, how's it going? GG's playing Revives. Look, just in case. Just in case. You're happy? Why are you happy? How's it going, Chantabee? Do you see the big snowballs placed here and there? You need to slide the ice at enough movement to crush them. The gym leader is a user of ice-type Pokemon. Melt her defensive with scorching hot fire-type moves. It's about focus in this gym. Bear down and focus. I can focus. I'm not focused right now. I'm focused right now. Oh, I thought I'd fight you. Okay, well, I fight you, I guess. Guys, I need to. I used like 3 on the way, so I just bought more. Cause I like doing that. If I use them, I'll just like buy like double the amount I used. I don't know why I do this. But that's how I've always played Pokemon. Also, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. Well, that was easy. Please tell me they have like a flying type, like a flying ice type or something, I don't know. Please tell me they have like a Togekiss or something, please. That's about the Ursa, they're far cheaper. I have too much money, so I don't really care. Actually, I should buy more Dust Balls, because I think I don't have a lot. And I think I'm getting close to legendary fights, right? And I do try to catch every single legendary. Despite how shit my luck is, I do try to catch every single legendary. How fast can I spend the clown noses? I don't know. A lot of people spend them. I can't really tell them what to do. So a lot of people just spend them.
Here you go.
Thanks for the head pat. Giant shiny only playthrough Pokemon Shiny Pearl. Got your shiny Chinchai. Oh my god. Not about the minutes, about the matching and decorate. Okay. I probably won't do that though. I'm going to be honest. But I kinda, you know, because I'm streaming them, I can kinda only play them until, you know, until like I beat them. Just because I'm streaming them. I can't wait to play Black and White, by the way. I'm so excited for Black and White. Black and White has like some of my favorite Pokemon in the series. Bro, Black and White has Chandelier. I love Chandelier. I love Litwick. I love that whole line. I will be catching. I feel like that's a spoiler, but I will not be choosing the Fire Starter because of Chandelier. Specifically Chandelier. Because I love Chandelier. I love that shit. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. To be fair, I also love Spiritomb, but I didn't choose Spiritomb in this playthrough. Mainly because I feel like my team would have been a lot like Cynthia's team, so I'm just like, well, whatever. Because I was also debating whether to use Milotic or not. And then I chose not to. Because I also love Milotic. Milotic is also one of my favorite Pokemon. Black and White not getting Pokemon Gray or something instead of Black and White 2 was always odd to me. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Though, to be fair, Platinum was the last third version, right? Because we technically didn't get Z. We didn't get, you know, Gray 2. We got Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon instead of, you know, like Stars, whatever. It's like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. How good are we? That we got a third game. Yeah, I wish it got a third game because I love Reshiram and I love Zekrom. I love Reshiram and Zekrom, so you know, I would have actually liked it, being able to catch both legendaries on one playthrough. But you know, whatever. What can you do, bro? They just hate you now. They just love money. What can you do? What can you do when they love money? The game that was fleshed out the story more. Against Death Need, yeah. Bro, fucking Sword and Shield, if they went into like the evil corporation aspect, oh my god, it could have actually been a good game. It could have actually been a good game. But no. They don't do this. And I don't know why they don't do this. It's missing way too much story. To be fair, I know WoW's missing a lot of story because, you know, technically first open world Pokemon game. And so that's probably why it was missing a lot of story. Just because you could like literally do anything, but still, it sucks. Like if they went into, oh my, what's her name? Olivia? Like the blonde woman? Like if they went into her. Fire Spin sucks, right? Oh yeah, Fire Spin fucking sucks. I don't like that move. You know what? I'll get rid of... Why do I still have these moves, bro? I need to teach you something else. I guess... Yeah, get rid of this. I don't care. Actually, no, don't get rid... Yeah, get rid of this, bro. First one be clutch, but yeah, no good. I remember when I was first getting into Pokemon, and like my fire Pokemon, they learned Fire Spin. I never had a good time. I never had a good time trying to use it. I just didn't. I don't know if it was just because I didn't know how to use it or it was just bad, but it's one of the two. It was something. That shit weird. That shit weird. Where do I go? I have to go backwards. I'm going in circles, bro. Wait, no, because then I can't go... Oh, there we go. And I fought you. Okay, and then I want to fight you. Yay, okay. For months, I'm weak against I always kind of moves like that on my side. Yeah, that's what I should do. I mean, I have Grass Knot. I could teach it Grass Knot. I have a Grass Knot TM. So I could teach it Grass Knot. Oh my god, I accidentally pressed it. Outstimming. This is what happens when I stim. And that shit, bro. Wait, you still have a Pokemon? What the fuck? Since when? Ouch. Sneasel, oh, okay. Yeah, cause I just realized I took no damage. This entire gym, I took no damage. I didn't fucking realize. Until now, I took damage. It was because of the hail. Oh my god, baiting is cool. Baiting is cool. I'm just pressing the A button. That's all I'm doing is pressing the A button. Okay, you know what? I will teach you Grass Knot. Because I could also teach you Secret Power. That would be a funny move. But no, I will teach you Grass Knot. Because why not? You know? I don't know why you can learn this. But you can learn it. And so you should get it. What does it even do? These just... Oh. Yeah, that sounds cool.
There you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Yippee. I love this shit. Okay, so how do I leave? Wait, no, I still have to fight this guy. Should I go outside and heal, actually? I feel like I should do this. Well, not heal, just get PPE. I don't think I have any elixirs. It's not like I made any progress in the gym anyway. I was just trying to fight everyone. Most good button out there. I love pressing the A button, bro. Pressing the A button, like, it brings me so much happiness. Who's the last gym leader? It's Electric, right? So I gotta get Honolulu, like, up there. I had to level up Honolulu, like, so bad, actually. I've been trying to do that this entire time, but... it's just not working. Well, it is working, just... I don't know. There's not a lot of electric types. Oh, that's the gimmick of the gym. Okay, I see. I understand the gym now. I understand how to do this gym now. I understand. I didn't know what to do. I know what to do now. Oh my god, bro. I didn't know it was that. I didn't know it was fucking that. Sneasel. Why do it with Sneasels? Why do you all have Sneasels? What the fuck? Stop using Sneasels. I don't want these fucking Sneasels. Get rid of these fucking Sneasels. Why does everyone have a Sneasel? I swear the gym leader has a Sneasel. I swear to fuck. Bro, imagine being a Sneasel and then like you see what your opponent's Pokemon is and it's that fucking like fire monkey that can just fuck you up. Oh my god, that's so funny. I don't know why it's so funny to me. Wait, why didn't that count? I'm probably not letting the trainer hands. Okay, wait, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. Oh, I'm trying to hit this. Okay, so I have to get there somehow. I see. Yeah, but I don't know why that doesn't count. That's what's weirding me out. Like, I don't know why that doesn't count. Oh my god. It's just slowing you down. I see. I see. Okay, you know, that makes kind of sense, I guess. I don't need to worry about... Oh, I do need to worry about the snowballs. Okay. I was like, I don't need to worry about these, right? No, I fucking do. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I can't punch this one. I gotta get out of this one. Okay, I think I need to land on that guy, like... here? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yippee! I thought you said that already. I read it earlier. Okay. I get a save now. Yeah, I didn't know how to do this until now. I figured it out, bro. I'm figuring things out. I know how to do things. Not really, but I know how to do things. And doing things. Why does saving take so long? Why is it like this? When trying to Candace, sure thing I was waiting for someone tough, but I should tell you I'm tough because I know how to focus. Pokemon, fashion, romance, it's all about focus. I'll show you just what I mean, get ready to lose. Not to save. Oh, I always save before a gym battle. Just in case it like crashes or something too. Because the emulator likes to do that sometimes. I don't know why, it just does. But I have had that happen before, and that's why I'm just like, well, I'm always saving before a gym battle now. It doesn't matter who, I'm just always gonna do it. Yippee! Hola, hello. Hello, swine, that's cool. That's a Chillmon. Yeah, this is a Chillmon. Bro, I love pressing the A button. Look at how chill this guy is. And now he's heated, bro. Now he's dead. Crazy. Frostlass? That's a ghost. Yeah, that's a fucking ghost. Why are you a ghost, bruh? I could've switched actually, whatever. You're a ghost. No, don't do that. Why are you faster? Okay, yeah, don't do that. Can I burn you too, actually? I would really appreciate that if I can burn you. Okay. And Obama. Yeah, sure. I can kill this guy. I was gonna say something bad. I'm gonna break the ice and bring out my last resort Pokemon. Obama, why? Obama, why? Don't do this to me, Obama. Fuck you, Obama. I probably shouldn't do this, but fuck you, Obama. Actually, that's my strongest move, right? Yeah, whatever. Fuck you, Obama. I live once more. Hello. I killed Obama. I didn't feel good about it. But I did what I had to. Thank you, Obama. You're great, you've earned my respect. I think your focus will be bowled over us today. Not a second back. I'm supposed to give you this. Yay! I can use Rock Climb now. Because you have it, you can use the hidden move Rock Climb anytime, even when you're not in battle. And take this too. Yay! I can use Avalanche! Can you imagine what sort of focusing to pull it off? Fuck you, I don't care anymore. Bye. I'm cool. Cooler than all of you. I don't want to go in. I pressed the right button, actually. Fuck you. Okay, hello. I have killed Obama. Now what? Now what do I do? I have to go to whatever the fuck his name is. I don't even know his name. I hate him. Wait, do I have to fight him with an HM? Oh my god. I swear to god if I had to fight him. I want to see if Pokemon Legend versus the mechanics show you how they realize like ninja metas to use moves out of battle. I feel like... I don't know, I feel like you don't need them. I feel like it's just... I don't know, law. You know, I feel like it's just law. Just to make them not powerful or something, I don't know. I'll store Sao Paulo. Just because, I don't know why. Just because. Where's my thing? There it is. Doof, thank you. I don't like you. Why do I need to use you? That's anime I want to see, like, the beta to the modern Pokemon is to them. Oh, I see. No, ZA? I don't know, I love ZA. Because I love how it just expanded Team Player's story, because X and Y's story I heard was bad. I don't know though, because I never played X and Y, and I barely know anything about X and Y. But I want to play X and Y, obviously. I'm going to play X and Y. Wait, can Bidoof learn this? Or Babero, whatever? Oh, it can. Okay, yeah, let's go. I feel like I should get this to Honolulu just because... I don't know. Just because I can, you know? Not like it has anything useful right now. It only has... Like, it has Earthquake. That's all it needs, bro. And Dragon Claw. Actually, no, it needs Swords Dance. Whatever, bro. Whatever. Was I gonna buy it? Team Player Swords and ZX's and just Rachel. A-holes, yeah. But now they're cool. I was gonna buy something. Oh right, I was gonna buy Quick Balls. And then I'm gonna buy Dust Balls. Because why not? Should I buy Timer Balls too? Because I know it won't work. I know it won't fucking work, so sure, whatever. I know the Quick Ball won't fucking work first turn like usual, and I know... I don't know. I just feel like... Bro, I could not catch Rayquaza. I didn't catch Rayquaza. Because my luck was so garbage that I couldn't catch Rayquaza. And I know something like that is gonna happen again. And that's why I'm just like, I think it's useless to do this, but whatever. I'm still sad about it though. My save like is right in front of Rayquaza. Like my save file for Emerald is right in front of Rayquaza, and I'm just, I don't know, I'm stuck for eternity until I catch Rayquaza. Just either, I don't know. Spent a stack of Ultra Balls and didn't catch Rayquaza. Bro, you know what I did? I put it to sleep. And it shook 3 times. I don't know how many times. and I still couldn't catch Rayquaza. And it literally took like 2 hours of stream, and I was like, you know what? I don't care anymore. And so I didn't catch it. Rayquaza be like, yeah. I put it to sleep, it was paralyzed, like, bro, I was golden, and it still never worked. I could still never catch Rayquaza. You're not getting away with this, Team Galactic. Are you finished already? Your Pokemon aren't bad, but you're laughably weak. You honestly thought you could save the Pokemon of the lake? And become the Pokemon champion? Dream on, little kid. But, ew, it's so cold here. Let's go back to the Veilstone HQ. Oh, hello. Oh, don't I know you? You met in Eternal City. Listen, Team Galactic is going to do something huge for everyone's sake. That's why you should keep out of Team Galactic's way. Don't come whining about your poor Pokemon and other trivial junk like that. Don't waste your time coming to our HQ in Veilstone. Now, if you'll excuse me. Bye. Hello. Yeah, that's right. I can do anything against Team Galactic. That Pokemon called Uxie. It was suffering. Best friend, Death not crying towards the pond. Yeah, it's because he's fucking weak, bro. It's not about winning or losing. That's not good enough. I have to be stronger. I thought you were stronger. It's not enough to just want to be the most powerful trainer ever. It takes honest effort and a determined heart. Well, at least I didn't have to fight anyone. You know? At least now I can just go to Veilstone, wherever it is. Here, yeah. Yeah. Is there one more berry fight? I'm guessing there's one more, like... I don't know. Like, on Victory Road. That's what I'm guessing. But I don't know if that's true. Get the fuck out of here, I don't want you. I'm gonna have to bring you to Victory Road, bro. Fucking hell. That actually sucks. I don't know who to get. Probably, honestly, Sao Paulo. But, like, I don't want to, because Sao Paulo needs experience, too, and that fucking sucks, bro. Why did they make me do this? Why? Where do I go? Wait, did I need a key? That I don't have? Wait, is that the key? Do I need to give him out again? Oh my fucking god, I didn't know that was there. I didn't know that was fucking there. Fine, whatever. Whatever, bro. Why did they make this so long? Why do I have to do this? I don't care. Wait, what am I doing? I did the wrong one. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm fucking stupid. That's what I am. Yep, I'm stupid. There we go, I need you. Fuck you. You know what I've been wanting to get? I've been wanting to get art of all of my teens, all my Pokemon teens on stream that I've been using. But I have no money, so I can't do that. But I have been wanting to do that. Oh, bro, it wasn't even worth it. It wasn't even worth it. All this for what? I thought it would be like a TM or something, bro. It was nothing. Deposit you. Cause I don't care about you. And withdraw you. Cause I care about you. That's right, Leru. I care about your people. I don't care about Enox's people, though. Anyway, I'm going over here. This is the wrong area. Is it? I need that. Boss? What do you mean, boss? Why would I care about the British? I only cared about the British one day in my entire life. I don't know what they do, but those are mighty expensive in 10A. Hey, it's you. I bet you don't remember me, but I sure remember you because of you they took my Clefairy away. My partner caught it quits and went back to his old country. I know nothing. I don't know anything about any storage key. Oh, that's who I need. Okay. Storage key friend in Team Galactic Hideout. I have it right here. Friendo saw it is not possible. We can enter the hideout. I didn't go with you. Hello. So West, very well inside the Team Galactic warehouse. We will meet there. Okay, I could go there.
You go. Have a head.
I didn't know that's what you actually wanted me to do. Thanks for the head pat. Your dad didn't have the key. I mean, I have the key now, so it doesn't matter. Is this the warehouse? This is the warehouse, okay. I have kept you waiting. I will use the storage key I have obtained from the Team Galactic and show you as it's open. I don't care for the British either. Once I get my Irish passport, I will fade away. Oh, okay. That's cool. I have a dust stone. I could have gotten an Umbreon. What this? I don't know what that is. Bye. Okay, so I need to explore this because I think there's a TM here that I need. And I don't know where it is. But I just know it exists. Oh wait, over here, Trinity's lost her way. Oh wait, I need to switch Magnetism to the front so they get experience. Let's see. That's a Golbat. Look, now they're gonna get confused or poisoned or something. It's gonna suck, bro. Look, it's going to happen. Bro does not fit. Bro is not tall enough. Why is bro so short? Why is he so low? Oh, is that dang confuser? Yeah. Oh wow, it didn't matter. Yeah, B, why is bro so short? Bro does not fit past the text box. Bro is halfway on the text box. Insane. Actually insane. I hate Confuse Ray as well. It just it sucks. It shouldn't exist. I think it shouldn't exist. I honestly feel like it shouldn't exist. I feel like they shouldn't be able to use it. Well, Zinc. I can give that to someone who needs Zinc, bro. Who wants to... Never mind. Never mind. Bro, which Team Galactic member is taking Zinc, bro? I need to leave them. Why would I give my Pokemon Zinc, bro? Why would I do that? I have been identified kill. That does nothing to me. Stop. Don't do that. Bro, don't do that. Thank you. Why would you? Yeah, why would you? I don't meet a Team Galactic member who's taking Zinc, bro. That's what I need to do. I honestly need to. Bro, why is he so short? Why is Soul so short, bro? Why are they like this? Why are you bashing me? Oh wait, you're 3 levels higher. Why did that do so much? Die. Get eviscerated, actually. What is one shot? Wow. I love the Thunderbolt animation because it just kind of blocks them. It actually looks like you're just being killed by a ray of light, whatever. Ray of light. Did I say ray of light? Ray of light. Did I fight you? I did. I'm gonna go up here. I have been exploded. I'm gonna fight this guy. Team Galactic will set free all Pokemon on all of nature. Team Galactic will then own it all. Can I open this? Oh, okay, I can. How do I open things? I guess I need a key, but I don't know where to get the key. I don't know, probably later in this fucking dungeon. Like all the raids. This raid will take 20 billion hours. Why are you going goodnight? I'm raiding Team Galactic. And the grunts is my fault, I just don't know the warp panels. Oh, there's warp panels. Oh my fuck. Bro, where's Pokemon invention? The warp panels. Why would they invent this? Who do you think you are? Desecrating the halls of our HQ. I don't know, far back that can't open, I believe, be the exit when you're dead. Okay. That meow. Did I close combat this Glameow for no reason? Yeah. You're lightheaded, Okay. It's so hot in my room, I don't like it. I'm gonna close combat this Glameow for no reason. Yeah, bro, fuck this guy. I like how your defense is dying, like it doesn't fucking matter. Like it's not gonna reset the next fight. Okay, I'm gonna go on the left panel, cause left is always the correct choice. I don't know if that's true, but I believe it's true. I am somewhere else. Where am I? I'm just gonna fight everyone I see, like usual. Cause why not, bro? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. In the background's Poke Edition. That's what it feels like. Okay, I'm not gonna bring out Beijing unless they're weak to fire, specifically. Just cause Beijing is so over-leveled right now. And all these people need their levels. Though I would like it if they didn't have Glameows, you know? I would honestly appreciate that. Like, get this bitch away from me! At least have a Zubat or something so I can use, you know, an electric move. Or like, you know, like a poison type. So I can use a ground type move or something, you know? That's what I want. Mercury. Okay, thank you. This might kill Soul, actually. But whatever. It's fine. It's not fine, actually. I need the experience. One level higher? Okay, that's fine. Why? Okay, thank you. I love the animation, bro. It just murders him. Like, it actually just murders him. Progunk? Okay, well, I have this. Oh wait, that was poison. I could've used whatever. Whatever. Bro got voided. It's fine, bro. Whatever. Whatever. It's not fine, actually, but whatever. I'll just use this. Don't punch me. Don't do that ever fucking again. Die. Yay. You know, I can't wait until I get to black and white so the battles don't take, like, 20 billion years. That's like the one thing stopping me from wanting to grind, is that the battles take 20 billion years. FL's a comedy really sort of bad guy, I tell you, but I really don't know. If you understand the changing times, then Silent Galactic shape the future. So yeah, it kinda sucks, I don't know. Don't press his Death Not Their speed button. Oh wait! Stunky! Oh my god! Yes! Finally! You know, I only remember this song because of Smash Bros. This song is in Smash Bros. For some reason. I don't know why it is. Why does that do so much? But yeah, this song is in Smash Bros. For some reason. I don't know why. Like, they remixed this song specifically, this Team Galactic song. And like I said, I don't know why. I mean, I'm not complaining, it's a good song, but still. I'm barely getting experience, bro. Bro, none of your Pokemon are giving me experience. What's this? Nothing, okay. What's this? Singing like Camino, everything belongs to Team Galactic. Yay. Entry nerd smelling about you. Oh my god, bro, there's so many of them. Why are there so many of them? Murkrow. Can I at least level up? Please. Don't. No. Okay, thank you. I don't know what move that Murkrow used that, like, did so much to me, but I'm afraid that they all have it. But I think it was just that one specific Murkrow for some reason. Oh my god, thank you. Yay! Oh, and Stunky. Oh, they know who I want to train up. Oh my god. Let's go. I love it when the game, like, gives me good luck with the Pokemon. You know, I love that shit. Like, please just love me. Please just love me. Someone love me. I know who to someone. Yay. I got 3 HP. I gained 3 HP. That's all I need. Alright. I can't open this fucking door. What the fuck? I did all this for nothing. Oh my god, bro. What is the point? Where do I get keys? I'll go here, I guess. Where do I get keys? You know, at least I killed all of them. I don't know. Oh my god, bro. In our HQ is a state-of-the-art facility. It's not no skin like you. Yeah, whatever. I don't care anymore, bro. I'll just kill you and then go on my way. That's what I'll fucking do. That's what I've been doing. That's all I can do, actually. Because I can't do anything fucking else. What? Why? Why did they do this? They haven't done that since the beginning of the game. Why would they do this? Actually, I don't think it mattered, because that's a... Yeah, this is special defense. Little idiot. Die, bro. Just honestly die. Kadabra. I don't know if I can one-shot this one. But hopefully I can. No! What the fuck is this? Don't do that! Oh, that did nothing to me. Okay, keep doing that! Are you dead? Oh my god. Why are you so good at Shadow Bomb, bro? I don't even have Stab, and it's like one-shotting everything. Crazy. What this? Dubious disc. What does a dubious disc do? Do I even want to ask? Alright, let's see what this dubious disc does. Bro, can I watch a dubious disc? It's pretty. A transparent device overflowing with dubious data. Upgrade for Porygon 2. Oh. I thought a dubious disc was like something you could call porn, but you know, whatever. I guess that makes sense. Oh, I found the thing I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Do I need Flash Cannon? I think Flash Cannon is one of the moves I wanted to give my soul. Yeah. I'm not looking at anything, so there we go. I mean, it could be. Have you seen Porygon? Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, yeah. I feel like always the grass type is going to be my least leveled one. And so when there's a Pokemon that's specifically weak to grass, I'm gonna have a horrible time because of it. Wait, don't fight me. To get into Master Cyrus' speech, where was it now? At the Galactic Maelstrom building, that much I'm sure about. Going through the door besides the rejection counter, I think it was. Reception counter, okay, yeah. You don't know shit. Oh, finally. I have a key. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, so now it wants me to go out and heal, probably. Okay, yes, that's what it wants me to do. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do then. I'm gonna go outside and heal. I love doing that shit, bro. I love healing, bro. I will always heal. Give it a chance. I don't know where it is, actually. Where's the phone? There it is. Imagine game over because you left. Bro, imagine, actually. I'm so glad Pokemon does not care. Like, if you leave, I'm so glad they don't care. They're just like, yeah, whatever, you have to leave. Fuck you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I could, like, spend 20 more hours fighting. Just because every fight feels like it takes 20 hours because of slow-ass health bar. I don't know if I'm just too impatient or if it's actually just that fucking slow. I don't know which one it is. I feel like it's that fucking slow, though. I mean, not only that, just it's also the animations in this game that feel like they take forever. And like I said, I already know I'm a very impatient person. But just, I don't know. Something about this game, it does something to me. I don't know what, it does something to me. It's just that slow? Okay. I didn't know, like, what it was. It was something, but I don't know what it was. Does Black and White, like, fix the speed of everything? I've heard, like, it does. I've heard that it's a very fast game. Frustration. Wait, but all my Pokemon love me. I haven't abused a Pokemon yet. It's better from Emperor. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. I'm so glad. Okay, so where I go now? Because that's not where I go. I guess I go right this time instead of left. Because, yeah, I just immediately went left again. No, left wasn't the right answer, bro. What the fuck? I feel so betrayed. Okay, left was the right answer, bro. What the fuck? Oh wait, I have to go back to the reception, huh? It did want me to leave. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so this is just for items. If you 1 HP Cobus, it takes 20 seconds. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad. I feel like Black and White will be the hardest Pokemon game for me just because, of how I build my teams. And I heard that, you know, it's like an actual RPG and not like, you know, Pokemon. So I feel like I could get all my team members like so late into the game. Or just completely like different areas from each other. Because usually I get all my team members in one stream. Like that's how it's been so far. Just because they're all close together, so I don't know how it's gonna be. Okay, what's over here? Nothing. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see though. We'll see what happens. What the fuck, bro? It's supposed to be a double battle. You're not supposed to look here. Depends who you want, really. I'm still debating. I know 3 specific members I want. And that's all I know. Wait, you're faster than me, fuck. No, oh wait, it's just me, okay. Yeah, I don't care, bro. Yeah, you can do that, I don't care. I'm not stuck here with you, you're stuck here with me. Yeah, Z, bro, it takes forever. What do I do about this? A Golbat. Another one. It's gonna be faster than me again. See, they're always faster than me. Why? Why are they always faster than me? I know why. It's a flying type Pokemon, but still. But yeah, I only know 3 specific Pokemon that I want. So, yeah, that's it. That's all I know. I'm not telling you who, though, because I already spoiled 2 of them. And I don't want to spoil them anymore. Just wait until I play the game, I guess. Bro, why do they all have gold buff? I don't want to use that. No, I don't want to use that. Oh my god, why? Oh well, get Sonic boomed, idiot. Sonic boom. This is gonna do nothing, yeah. Okay, what the fuck? Why couldn't you just use Mean Look? I would've preferred that, bro. You see, I would've preferred that. No, don't do 3 damage to me again. I don't like it. What the fuck? You did 5 this time. Okay, thank you. I swear, this game makes me insane. Actually, no, Pokemon as a whole just makes me insane. I just feel insane every single time I play a Pokemon game. I don't know what it is about it. It's just like, I feel insane every single time I play a Pokemon game. I just feel like I'm going insane for some reason. I feel like something specifically, like, is being done to me. And I don't know what it is. I don't know how I feel about it. They are mind-numbing. I know, as soon as you get like a good team, it's like all I have to do is press the A button. You know? Can you stop using Fate Attack, bro? I swear to god. Also, why are you faster than me? I'm a fully evolved Pokemon, bitch. You shouldn't be faster. I'm also 1 level higher than you, what the fuck? Okay, thank you. I did something cool. That's all that matters. I did something. That's all that matters. It's report time to the Pokemon statues of Eterna. Pokemon statue plate text number 1 from Stolen Plate, the creation of Dialga, the giver of time. In laughter there is tears, and likewise it is with time. The same time flows on, for it is the blessing of Dialga. Wise LGA, what the blue text has been extracted using a high-tech device made by the boss. Oh. The birth of Palkia, the creator of parallel dimensions. Alive yet not alive, everything drifts in space. To arrive in the same universe, it is the blessing of Palkia. Okay, that's weird. Why are they like this? This is a scientist. Get out of here. Why are you watching TV? Oh my god, Porygon. Wait. Wait. Should I do this? Where is it? Should I do this? Just cause it's funny? Again? Bro, I shouldn't do this, actually. Actually, no, I should, because you need experience. Stop. No, stop. I swear to fuck, stop. No. Get 1 shot, idiot. Get 1 shot, idiot. Fuck you. They need to stop using the X items, honestly. It scares me every single time because that one moment that happened. And I don't like it. What you watching? Bro's watching a stream, don't hate. Good evening, this is Sinnoh News Net. Sinnoh News Net has crews guided all over Sinnoh. Help our news guiding efforts by mixing. Okay, this allows to get news for the year. Please join the Sinnoh's. News Sinnoh, yeah. Weird news in Sinnoh, and we may have a net. Oh, this is where I had to go. Okay, I don't want to be here. Wait, is that where I had to go? You know, before I do something stupid and look for more items. Because I will look for items. Okay, you know what? I guess it'll tell me. If it's routes like this, I guess it'll tell me. Bro, I wish Bro was watching my stream on the fucking television. Imagine someone watching my stream on TV. I don't think I'd like that. Honestly. What is the point of this? Max 3, okay, what is the point of this though? I mean, thank you for the items, but what is the point of this? I could have just been teleported to this room specifically. I didn't have to go through this. Like, what? Yeah, what's the point of this room? Whatever. I couldn't land on that. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Hello. It's gathering a Team Galactic. What is the meaning of it? I don't know. You tell me, you should know. You're a detective, bro. Oh, hi, Cyrus. Yay, Cyrus, yay, fellow members of Team Galactic, hear me. My name, as I appear to you today, is Cyrus. This world of ours is a crude one. In a word, it is incomplete. It has been and always will be a struggle to survive in this world. We humans and Pokemon are likewise incomplete. Because we're all so lacking, we fight, we maim. It is ugly. I hate the incompleteness. That we are all incomplete. I hate it with my entire body and being. The world should be complete. The world must change. Yay, Cyrus, yay! Then he will change it. Me, Cyrus, and Team Galactic, yes, all of you. Together report over myths and expose their secrets. Together we capture legendary Pokemon. And now Team Galactic has attained the energy to change the world. The power of dreams is within our grasp. Understand it, fellow members. My long-held dream world is on the verge of becoming reality. All those headed to Mount Coronet and those who remain here. Though our missions may differ, our hearts beat as one. Let there be glory for Team Galactic. Yay, Cyrus, yay! Yay! Bye! What the fuck was that about? What a yabber. How did they not notice us? So that was Cyrus, the boss of Team Galactic. Quite the performance, no, mesmerizing for only 27 years old. Bro is older than me. I mean, that makes sense. But to make a world for Team Galactic and none other, it is preposterous, so much so that it makes my head spin. A new world? What is that? And what is this incomplete world? Very well, to investigate such matters is the job of the International Police, of which I am a member in good stead, and it is my job, therefore. Okay, bye. Look, you talk too much. Go away. Where am I? This is a bed. Heal me. I can't get healed on the beds? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. I had to read that, but okay, whatever. I'm older than Cyrus now? Oh my god. Imagine being older than Cyrus from Pokemon. I'm not. I'm younger than Cyrus from Pokemon. Okay, yeah, I'll just fight one at a time. I was gonna do a double battle with Honolulu and Soul, and then I just realized, oh wait, if I do that and I use Earthquake, the Soul is just dead because Soul doesn't have Levitate. True Unk status. Is this real Unk status hours right there? Is that what it means? Is this what it means to be Unk? Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, bro. I'm so glad I have moves that can one-shot Pokemon now, though. Because I remember the first 2 streams, I was struggling so fucking much with just one-shotting anything. And now it's just so easy to one-shot things, so I'm very glad, actually. That gave me nothing. Though, they're still not giving me a lot of experience. Look, this will also give me nothing. Yeah, okay. How much will this give me? Probably nothing. Because you're using shit Pokemon. Yep, nothing. Okay. And then Glameow. Go, New York. Kill it. Use close combat for no fucking reason just because I love that move. To be fair, I haven't run out of PP yet. I feel like the one time I ran out of PP is in Victory Road, and that's it. So, I don't know. I'm glad. To be fair, I do have 2 Pokemon with close combat, so... I'm just not using Beijing because Beijing is over leveled as fuck. To be fair, so is New York. But not as over leveled, so it doesn't matter. Okay, time for another fucking long fight. Just cause this is how it has to be in this game. I don't know why. I really don't want it to be this way, actually. But you know, whatever. It's fine. Is it actually fine? I don't fucking know. I'm being slashed. I don't like this. Why does that do so much? Oh my fucking god. You know what? Fuck you. Yeah, but I don't remember you being this shit. Why are you this shit? Why are you dying like this? 27 HP, are you serious? I'm gonna heal you after this, obviously, but oh my fucking god. Krogunk. I don't know if Krogunk is faster. I hope it's not. It's one level higher. Well, I hope it's not. Okay, it's not. Give me. That could've killed me. That guy right there. That smug little bastard right there. He could've killed me. But I'm faster, so it's fine. That still gave me nothing. God, I had to hit 10 more levels before... Oh my god. Before the Elite Four. What? How do you know that was there? But yeah, whatever, bro. That just kinda sucks. I don't think I'm gonna make it. And that's like the story, like, you know, is longer than I remember. Which... Actually, wait, no, I never played Platinum, so I don't fucking know, actually. This is where it's different from BDSP, right? Or... I don't know. I don't know where the differences start with the story. From, Diamond Pearl. Because, you know, I've only played Pearl. Shining Pearl, to be exact, so yeah. I don't know what the differences are. Though, to be fair, I remember nothing. I remember nothing from Pearl. So... Shining Pearl. I remember nothing from Shining Pearl, so I don't even know, actually. Is the health bar still slow in BSP? I don't remember it being slow. Should I save before this? Probably. I should probably save before this. I don't know. I feel like I can lose depending on what his starting Pokemon is. Because if it just counters, you know, Steel or Electric, then I'm just fucked. And then I lose a Pokemon for no reason, so it's like, yeah, whatever. So you've come, you heard my speech, I take it. It's a big lie, of course. It's true insofar as my intention is to create a new world. That world isn't for the likes of Team Galactic. I seek an entirely new world solely for myself. If not, it can never be the complete and perfect world. You've seen my minions in Team Galactic. You yourself must know that they are uniformly useless and incomplete. I know why you're here, I can sense it in you. It's about Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, correct? You want to save them. I no longer have any need for them, I'm finished with them. If your heart aches to save them, go right ahead, I couldn't care less. It will save me the trouble disposing of them. But I must say, you're a remarkable specimen. Those Pokemon have nothing to do with you, do they? But still you came to rescue them out of pity. Such pitifully useless emotions, it's illogical and irrational. Pity and compassion are products of the weak and faulty human heart. You were compelled to come here by such vacuous sentimentality. I can't say B words. I'll make you regret paying heed to your heart. I have a stutter on B words and S words. I don't know why, it just sucks, bro. And especially B words. It fucking sucks. Oh, it's a Sneasel. Especially B words, it sucks. I hope this gives me a lot of experience. I don't know if it will. Also, like I said, I won't switch to Beijing unless there's specifically... Oh. Oh wait, no, that's not the move I thought it was. Why, you bastard? And why do you have a Sneasel? Get the fuck away from me. I just beat the Einstein gym, bro. I can beat you. Okay, Crobat. Okay, that should be easy. Maybe. Wait, you hate having friends, but you have a Crobat. How'd you get this? Bro, how'd you get this? Ouch. Yeah, I don't know how you got this. This doesn't make sense. Bro, why are you friends with the Zubat? A Zubat specifically you're friends with? That don't make sense. What the fuck? You know what? Actually, you're probably gonna kill. Yeah, I knew it. Just use this again. I'll make you use all your fucking potions here. I don't give a shit, bro. I actually don't give a shit. Wait, bro, secretly loves his Pokemon? Yeah, apparently. He hates having friends, he hates having connections, but he has a Crobat. Like, okay, bro, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Bro is a LARPer. Bro LARPs having friends. Or hating humanity, whatever. I just tried to do... Strike all Pokemon battle may also cause paralysis. I mean, I can get rid of Sonic Boom, because Sonic Boom fucking sucks, but... Yeah, sure, whatever. Hi T, how's it going? Honchkrow! Bro, why do you have this? And why is it 6 levels higher? My last Pokemon. You know, bro, just like... He gets straight to the point, I don't know. No, okay. Like, that's all he does, he just gets straight to the point. And nothing else. I mean, I still have fighting type Pokemon, so I don't think I'm worried about this. Oh yeah, I just one-shot it anyway, okay. Yippee. I love you, Soul. Interesting. I am interesting. I see you're indeed strong, and the base superpower is your compassion toward Pokemon. How wasteful, such emotions are mere but illusions. And like all illusions, they fade over time until death banishes them forever. That's why I've abandoned all emotion as useless sentimentality. But that doesn't matter, I doubt you'll ever understand my position. That said, I recognize that you are strong and courageous to come alone. This is your reward. Oh my god, Master Ball, I can't wait to use it on a useless fucking Pokemon. The Master Ball is the ultimate Pokeball. It will unfailingly catch any Pokemon in the wild, but it's not anything that I require. Unlike you trainers, I do not make Pokemon my friends or partners. Unlike other Team Galactic members, I don't use Pokemon as tools. Instead, I make the power of Pokemon on my own. If you wish to save the Pokemon from the lakes, take the warp panel ahead. I am off to Mount Coronet. I will send the mountain to its peak where destiny awaits me. It is there that I will create my new world. Okay, bye! That's cool, I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna save this bit. What the fuck? You lied to me. Wait, he lied to me. Am I just stupid? Or... Oh, we meant this warp panel. Okay. Hello, don't fight me. That being goddamn cute. I can't help it. Hello. I feel awful about what we did. This experiment went too far. I'm not sure if I can stomach what Master Cyrus plans. What the fuck did you do? There's something suspended in green liquid. Huh. That's cool. I feel too sickened to say anything, but that thing we made, what is it going to be used for? What the fuck did they make, bro? You see, sit inside, it appears to be suffering with eyes squeezed shut. That's cool. As if a student inside, it appears to be suffering with racking shoulders. My spirit student inside seems to be suffering with its tail twitching. Bro, what the fuck are they doing? Those Pokemon in the lakes, where did you suppose they would go? What are you trying to say? Nothing, played no heed. And the world isn't overly interesting, what of it? If Cyrus is right, then Team Galactic will rule in that new world. That's when it'll be interesting, a chance to enjoy its sweets. I surely hope that our visionary Cyrus realizes his dream. I look forward to whatever our beloved leader has planned atop Mount Coronet. Gramps, our boss can do anything our boss can do without your kind of moral support. I'm on the way to state this Pokemon, though something new I can't say I understand our boss. Why would he let a kid like you come and go freely? We, Team Galactic, take all that we need and eliminate what we do not. But anyway, you're taking the trouble to come, let me welcome you. Wait, I had to fight him? Wait, what the fuck? I didn't heal! Oh my god, bruh. I'm gonna kill myself. In a video game. Don't do that, that does nothing to me. I didn't know how to fight him. I should have healed. Oh my god, bruh. Whatever, Soldier's too cool. Yeah, Soldier's too cool, actually, never mind. Toxic Croak? Okay, I can do something about that. I think. I had 3 Pokemon to answer to, like, 1 time, actually. I just realized. And that's kinda crazy. Don't fucking do that. I don't know if you can survive this, actually. Oh my god. Okay, but can it survive this? I just realized his teeth look like PNG. You know? It looks like PNG. Oh, okay. I had to switch then. This sucks. But this is unfortunately what I had to do. Okay, so on Toxic Croak, I use New York. Okay, that makes sense. I was about to say. Bro. What is happening to me? Just die already. I don't care about you, just die. Yes, teeth look like PNG, whatever. Bye. I'm so cool. I'm so fucking cool. I'm Bronzor. Okay, you know what? I'm just not gonna play around anymore. How did that Toxic go? I just don't care. Oh wait, it's this. I thought it was a strong one. Okay, whatever. Hydrogen Bomber's a coughing baby, whatever. I don't care. Just kill it, bro. I don't give a shit, actually. Oh my god. 47, let's go. If only my Garchomp was this, or my Gabba was this, you know? That would be really cool, but whatever. What makes you so tough? Fine, do whatever you want with those 3 Pokemon. Press the button on that machine and set them free. Okay. Bye! Our boss crafted a red chain from crystals he took from the 3 Pokemon. That red chain is what he needed to shackle something on Mount Coronet. It's also apparently needed for creating something. But that's all I know. Who knows what he's planning to do up there. Bro, what the fuck is Cyrus doing, actually? I don't remember. I mean, if it's like Arceus, then you use that red chain to summon one of the legendaries, right? But that's all I know. This is like, yeah, I don't fucking know. So that's kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm experiencing this, like I said, for the first time, so I don't know. I just don't know. so I'm just like, what the fuck is Cyrus doing? How do I get to Mount Coronet? The top of Mount Coronet. I probably need rock climb. I don't want to bring rock climb, but I had to bring rock climb probably. I really don't want to. I hope there's like a PC up there or something. I hope there's something cool up there. I hope. No, please. Okay, so then how do I get to Mount Coronet? Because I'm assuming this is what I had to do, since they're just like telling you to go to Mount Coronet. And Mount Coronet is over here, right? Do I go to Celestic? Do I go to that little rock climb area? I don't know where to go. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where to go. This is Route 211. Okay, so I do not... Do I go here? Is it there? Because I don't want to go up there and it's like nothing, you know? Who do I get rid of? Okay, there's gonna be a lot of rock types, so I bring my Vaporeon. I bring Sao Paulo. Do I just get rid of my bird? Or my starter? Actually, do I just get rid of my starter? It is over leveled. I think I can do without it. Well, I'm sorry. It had to be like this. They made me do it. I don't know who they is, but they made me do it. Whatever. It's also my strongest Pokemon, so like I don't want to leave it there, you know? Cause I don't know what I'm gonna fight, if anything. No, please, I looked up. Thank you. Oh, this is nothing. Oh, it's Psychic. Never mind, this is something. If, like, I don't know, I had a Psychic type Pokemon, but whatever. Okay, so then where do I go? I guess here, I don't know. I don't even know where I am. Is this... Okay. How do I ride my bike? How do I ride bike? That's how I ride bike. Okay. Wait, is this Mount Coronet? Okay, that is Mount Coronet. How do I get up there then? Unless I don't need to go up here. Oh, I never fought these guys. What the fuck? That's interesting. I thought I did. Oh, you're gonna have weak fucking Pokemon. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I didn't know I could fight these guys. I will be honest, I did not know I could fight these guys. I didn't even know there's people here. Alexio. Well, Tiny's overpowered moves against useless fucking Pokemon. Yeah, I didn't know this guy existed. Oh my god, wait, this is so fucking funny. I don't have to do this. This is so fucking stupid. I mean, I do, he fought me. You wanted to fight me, actually. This'll teach him a lesson. Do not start fucking random Pokemon battles. And then Glago. Oh wait, actually Glago... Oh no, it's flying, right? I think it's flying. It's something. I don't know what the fuck it is, it's something, bro. That shit is something. No! Magnet bomb, whatever. I can finally use this shit. History makes you think of a different thing with 75% the same letters. What does it make you think of? Also, how did I not one-shot you with Magnet Bomb? Is this move that bad? Oh my god. That's crazy. Wait, NB, where do I go? I try to get to the top of Mount Coronet, so where do I go? Uh-oh. I didn't want to fight you. I don't know where to go. I'm doing things, I don't know what. Bro, why do I have to fight these guys? We played this game like a decade ago. Oh, okay. So you know where to go then, right? Right? Lol. Lol, right? Lol. You know, yeah, you know where to go then, right? If you like incorrect directions, oh, don't worry. That happens to me a lot when I play Zelda. So it's fine. I'm used to it, actually. I'm used to chat giving me incorrect directions. You wouldn't be the first, and you probably won't be the last. I can't believe I fucking leveled up off of that, by the way. Well, look at this freak. Anyway, he's dead. Why are you faster than me? Oh wait, that's probably a priority move, isn't it? That is definitely a priority move. I need a way to exit the place to go to something kind of escape rope. Oh, I see. Okay, well, too bad I'm not in a cave, so I can't do that. But, you know, that makes sense. Kind of. Okay, you know what? Let me use Google. And it said, okay, let me use Google. We got the Route 207 entrance and surf right across the water. Oh, I see! The water, okay. Where are my repels? I need them. I should have bought more repels, actually. Cause, yeah, I only had fucking 3. I should have bought more. Well, that's my bad. That's actually my bad. I found protein, though. Bro, who wants protein? Who wants protein? I'm assuming I have to go up here. Did I make it? No. Am I there yet? I found a max group. Am I there yet? Sorry, I'm impatient. What is this? I see. What's down here? A ball. Oh, okay, I found an escape rope. Okay, so that's cool. How'd I get that? I'm assuming I had to go up, not here, but... yeah, this is for a ball. Timer ball, oh my god. Okay, well, that sucks. I just wasted so many steps. Trying to get items. Kinda my fault, if you think about it, but I want items. Please, just let me get the item! Rock slide! Well... I need that for my guard jump. Oh my god, Metacham. Good thing I'm faster, idiot. Oh my god, here we go. This is where it starts. Jingling. You know, I could kill this for easy experience, I think. Should I? Yeah, whatever, I'm almost leveled up, whatever. Kill. Well, it's dead. 41, bro. And so cool. I knew. As soon as I saw my repels, I knew. This shit would be painful. I fucking knew. But at least I killed it. So maybe they'll be scared of me now. I don't know. Oh, this is where I go. Observe people with a hole. I love observing hole. Can someone send me a hole to observe? Lol. There's one that came in that had blocked the way to the summit. But the wall is no longer there. It lies in pieces, do you see? Ever since 3 Pokemon and lakes have been captured, something terrible is happening. But what exactly I do not know. There's a hole in my kitchen wall. There is but one cause, Galactic Cyrus. And now we're all caught up now to the next step. Are you trainer enough to advance? Show me if you will. You can relax now, you see I understand you're far superior to me. As are the commanders, Cyrus too, naturally. Team Galactic is beyond my reach. Please, you must stop them, for only you are able. All I can do now is give you this. It's a little something I obtained in my investigation long ago. I got a flute. I can play the I don't know how to play the flute, bro. But thank you. I'll learn immediately because I'm the protagonist. Okay, I'm assuming I go up, but what's over here? Whoa. Thank you, suspiciously placed rock. I love you. Oh my god, no. Why are they here? Oh my god, why did I have to fight them? I thought I would be safe. I thought I could just, you know, walk on in. I thought there would be no guards. Especially with how Cyrus fucking talks about them, you know, but whatever. Okay, maybe I should put Honolulu in the front. Cause now Honolulu needs the experience. No. Thank you. And Honolulu needs to evolve. They need to evolve. They're not evolving. Also, bro, the difficulty curve, that's crazy. I was at the worst difficulty curve I've dealt with in a Pokemon game, but oh my god. That's crazy. Okay, now you two switch. Hello, Sarmalate. Hello.
Here you go.
I'm fighting
Have a
people.
headbutt.
I'm dying. Thanks for the headbutt. Bro, watch me have to switch the soul immediately. Just watch. Bro, what did I tell you? Oh my god, I knew it. I knew they would do this to me. At least Honolulu's getting experience. But I knew it. What'd that do? I don't know what that does. Don't do that to me. I did nothing to you. Thank you. I got crit. Thank you. Does anyone want chicken? I made some. That's my chicken right there. It's fucking dead. It's cooked. Please don't fight me anymore. Please get me out of the cave, actually. Yay. What's up here? Nothing. Oh, I still need rock climb, bro. Are you serious? I don't want to use rock climb. Mainly because I don't want this bitch with me. What's this? Uh-oh. I have to fight. No! There's Pokemon in this game? Why would you spoil me? No, not you. Anyone but you. Not you. Please. Why is Gabite so fast? Thank you, suspiciously placed rock. No! Why is there always jinglings? I don't fucking like these jinglings. Sorry, I'm trying to... Okay, I think I just have to go up, but like... I'm looking for item. Because I like items. Items are cool. Bro, can you stop spoiling me? I will ban you. Oh wait, is this so you can get Pokemon? Bro, what are all these suspiciously placed rocks? I'm pretty sure that's just so you can find the Pokemon you want, like maybe a Sneasel or something. Yeah, there's nothing else there. Okay, I could use rock climb. You know, I could have just flown up here, but whatever. Do I have to go in that cave? I don't want to. I don't want to go in that cave. Well, thanks for the boop. No, it's hailing, bro. Oh my god. The worst mechanic is back. I don't know what's worse, this or fog. Can I climb? I can't. Oh, that kind of sucks. Oh, so I have to go in that cave. I had to go in that cave and I have to... Oh my god. I had to go up. Over there. Wait, but I don't have much repels left. Oh, that kind of sucks. Wait, I don't have waterfall. Do I even have a waterfall, HM? I don't think I do. Cut, fly, surf, strength, rock climb. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so now I go in that grass. Because that's the only place I can go. And I go in this cave. Okay, I see. That makes sense. No, don't fight me, bro. Fuck you. Honestly, fuck you. They're always placed in the worst spots. It's like they know where I'm gonna go. Or something, you know? Like, why would they know? I don't want them to know. They shouldn't know, actually. That's my opinion. They shouldn't know where I'm going to go. They should just, like, take it. They should take it, bruh. They should let me... Never mind. You know, they should let me find the ones that are taking Zinc. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'll say, bro. Let me be completely honest with you. Bro, why did the Handars give you so much experience? Dig. I mean, it's better than Sand Tomb, sure, but... Yeah, whatever, I don't care. Bro, 2 Houndars and a Golbat. What is this guy's issue? Is he fucking stupid? And to be fair, I like to think that all the Team Galactic members are stupid. Because then why would they, you know... I feel like Cyrus is the only smart one. And all the other ones are fucking stupid. That's how I see it. Why are you faster than me? I'm one level higher than you. I should be faster. Fuck you. You know, at least you're giving me a lot of experience. I'm so glad I stuck with these two as well. I know my starter wouldn't be that useful. I'd rather... Get away from me. I hate him. I'm real, I hate him. Get rid of the Stunky. I hate Stunky, actually. I don't know. I hate Stunky in its evolution. It looks so ugly to me. And I know its face is supposed to look like a butt, but that's why I hate it. I don't like Stunky. I feel like it should just not exist. I don't know. It's also kind of just a useless Pokemon, so it just shouldn't exist. Either way, is it a useless Pokemon? This fucking disc, bruh. Look at this disc. I love this disc. Uh-oh. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. They always confuse me. I hate it. I don't know why they always do this to me. Bro. Oh my god. Please. Oh my god. Please. Thank you. You're wasting me. You're making me waste so many moves. Why are you like this? I don't fucking understand. Yippee! Okay, where'd I go? I had to go down, of course. I'm gonna go to the suspicious rock. Okay, there's nothing there. I can't speak today. I'm sorry. I don't know why I can't speak today. What if I rock smash all these rocks? What happens? Bro, there's probably nothing here. Yeah, there's nothing here. Wait, where do I go? I don't know where I go. This is so confusing. I know it's supposed to be here, but... Oh, I see. I see. Okay, this makes sense. Bro, I'm just like... I'm shocked. There's probably an item on that rock, but I don't care. I don't want to go into all the grass. Dude, music here is so good too, by the way. I love the DS piano. I was going to use you once. And then I didn't. How does that make you feel? I hate you, Metacham. I love you, Metacham, actually. Get out of here. I don't know what I can do with the Stardust. Why is it always the last one? I swear, this game knows. Why is it always the last one? Oh my god, bruh. I don't want to get hailed either. From the start of the stream to now, it's just like I've been dealing with snow. Okay, so where did I go? So I went there, like that just... God, it did nothing. I would have just been stuck up there. But I feel like I had to go down there somehow, right? But... I don't know. Oh, I go in this cave. Okay. I didn't see it. I was gonna suck. No, it's always the last step. Nose pass. God, that nose pass. Like the one I made the short out of. It gave me PTSD or something. Now whenever I see nose pass, I just don't like it. I just want to go away. I just want to leave. It should honestly just leave me alone. Alright, what do you want? Alright, I can kill this. I can get lots of experience by killing this, and I can kill it. And so it's gonna die. I don't have elixir. This is gonna suck. I can only use this move 4 more times. To be fair, I have dig. Meow. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, goodbye. Now, Glameow, now that's a useless Pokemon. Let me be real with you. Let me be completely honest with you. Let me out! What the fuck? Bro, you need to stop fighting me like all of you. I'm getting tired. Thank you for the experience actually, but fuck you. Let me out. Very interesting. I feel like I'm just kind of like trapped in a loop. I don't know. I'm trapped in a loop of just fighting Team Galactic. That's what it feels like. Like, what else have I done this stream besides fighting Team Galactic? I mean, I did do a gym, but still. I feel like I'm in a time loop. I don't know. I'm just in an infinite loop of fighting Team Galactic. That's what it feels like. Go back. So like, all these Pokemon I fought 100 times already. And like, until I get to the gym, which is, you know, the part I want to get to, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I feel like it's gonna take forever until I get to the gym though. But whatever, it's fine, I guess. At least I can get more experience before that gym. So that's cool. I love experience. Yeah, see, experience. I got experience. I actually just feel trapped. I feel trapped here with Team Galactic. I feel like me and Team Galactic are just in a time loop. And bro, this is what I mean. This is actually what I mean. And look, you're gonna have the same fucking Pokemon too. The same 3 Pokemon. Yeah, Golbat, Glameow, and maybe a Houndour or like a Skunky. Like, oh yeah, that's so much variety. Bro, I'm going insane. Oh, and now I'm confused. Yeah. Just like in real life. Please don't do that. 16 hide. Thank you. I'm going insane. I'm actually just going insane. Like these 2 Pokemon, my Soul and Honolulu, they were so underleveled before this. And now they're like... Now they're not. Just because we've been fighting the same Pokemon over and over again. So it's just like, okay, whatever. What else do I do? I really can't do anything else. Except use my same, like the same Pokemon I have. I'm so glad I didn't bring my starter. I'm actually so glad. Like I said, it's so overleveled. I didn't need it, but oh my god. And that gave me no experience. Oh, and then look, you have another Pokemon weak to electric. What do you want me to do? Like, yeah, I could have used fighting as well, but fuck you, bro. Oh, never mind, I just can't escape anymore. Yeah, whatever. Like, that's gonna do anything to me. I'm going insane. I swear, there's another Team Galactic member I have to fight, which there's going to be. I know there's going to be. I swear. I swear. I don't know to who, but I'm gonna kill myself. It's been decided. It's actually been decided. This stream. After this stream. Okay. Wait, can I fly here or... I can't, okay. Our boss is about to do something spectacular. Don't get in the way, of course you will, won't you? That's why the 2 of us will team up to take you down in an epic duel. Why? You don't need to be here. That's the thing. Like, bro, one earthquake fucks this entire team up. I don't even know what to use against someone else. Like, bro, whatever. Like, sure, use aerial ace on someone. I don't know who. Oh, wait, you're faster. Why are you faster? Okay, at least you killed someone. Sure, whatever. And now Krogunk is dead. Because apparently New York is just that bitch. I didn't know they were that bitch. Okay, another Krogunk. Yeah, that's cool. Another, oh, Glameow. That's different. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use Dig on Krogunk, and then I'll just use Aerial Ace on Glameow. Just so I don't have to use another Earthquake on nothing. Yay! I hope someone levels up. I feel like New York can just one-shot it though. Like usual. Like, what's even the point? Like, bro is under the water, bro. Yeah, see, I fucking knew it. Honolulu did nothing! Honolulu's still under the ground. Because they did nothing, and she is embarrassed. We're not capable of slowing you, we will let you pass it and get pulverized by our bosses. Oh, I see. I should have potions. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so Earthquake is actually gonna be important, which sucks. I have Easters, actually, okay. Yippee! Okay. Why there's so much? Everything you're going, I won't let you disturb our boss. If you're not going to listen, you'll have to go through me first. After all, you made me look bad more time than I care to remember. And I'll be next. You might be tough, but it's time the gloves are coming off. Hold on 1 second, and you start the party without me. Wait, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Did you toughen up a bit? Sure, let's battle 2 on 2. What is bro doing here? Bro is so out of place. Oh, wait, do they have levitate? I don't know. Oh my god, they do. I only hurt my teammate. Well, that sucked. For you. Not so much for me. But for you, yeah. Did I kill you? I got a crit on my teammate. Why? Why? Okay, so then the only thing left I have to do is... I mean, I could surf, whatever, it doesn't really matter to me. I'll probably just kill the Munchlax, but whatever. Ouch. Oh my god, they want to kill the Munchlax too. I swear, if I had to 2v1 again... Why are all your Pokemon weak to me? Why would you do that one? This isn't my fault, bro. This isn't my fault. This is your fault. You couldn't even kill him. I swear, if I one-shot your Rapidash, I got a crit. Why am I only getting crits on my teammates? Oh, that did nothing. Okay, well that kind of sucked. That means bro only has 1 more Pokemon, and we still haven't killed 2 of their Pokemon. Okay, good. Good. Finally, a good Pokemon. Finally. Oh my god. I'll Shadow Ball on you. Cause yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going after the weaker one. But yay! Finally, bro. I'm doing nothing to them. God, the one time I don't have my fire type. I might could change my bird, but whatever. Okay, wants me to change to my bird. Sure, whatever. I didn't want to do this, but whatever. I don't know what else to do. Ouch. Okay, you did what I was gonna do. Oh, that did nothing. Why? Bro, please kill that bird. I swear to God, not that bird. Yeah, kill that sting. I don't know what it is. Just kill it. I don't care. This is, literally your job to do, please? That is taking forever. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Oh my god. Finally. Okay, go bat. I can kill that. You probably have... Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'll switch. It doesn't matter to me. I'll switch. Please don't take down. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. That sucks a lot, actually. What is that? Wait, did you kill yourself? Oh my god, okay, at least you killed it. Whatever. As long as you killed it, I don't care. Yay! But you're faster than me, why? I don't like this. Why is this fight so annoying? Oh my god, thank you. I got a crit, but oh my god, thank you. Yippee! Oh, you can use all your Pokemon, okay. That's cool, I guess. Why does that hit both of us? Why do you keep switching in the Pokemon that's weak to them? Or me? I don't understand. Why would you do this? I actually don't understand your reasoning. Whatever. Someone's gonna die and I don't fucking know who. It's you. Okay. Bro, imagine if they could like level up during double battles. That'd be kind of funny. Why? You're just so annoying. You're actually just so annoying. Oh, and now you're dead. Okay, so I just did overkill. Whatever. I don't even care anymore, bro. I honestly don't even care anymore. Like I said, I'm going insane. I don't fucking care anymore. We're no match for your boss. If we're going to tough, right? I can't even get tough. I can get even tough, but you know, that's it for us. We've hit the wall. Oh, thank you. I don't even have my starter, bro. Everything is ready for the creation of a new world. Now all will end and everything will begin. With this, the red chain made from the crystals of the Three Lake Pokemon. And this, the red chain I replicated with technological means. With these red chains, I'll probably open the portal to another dimension. I commend that you unleash your power for me. Why is it playing the level up song? Okay, that's what it sounded like. Dialga, the mystical Pokemon and the Master of Time. And the other. Palkia, the mystical Pokemon and the Master of Space and Dimensions. What? How are you doing this? This don't make sense. Hi, Dialga. Hi, Palkia. Wow, you look cool. I waited so long for this moment, Dialga and Palkia. Shaping this world is a double spiral of time and space. Yes, the very things that you have the ability to control. You will do my bidding, I will have your abilities as mine. With the power I wield, I will create an entirely new world. The incomplete and ugly world we have now can disappear. I am resetting everything to zero. Nothing can remain. This for making the ultimate world, a world of complete perfection. Nothing so vague and incomplete as spirit can remain. What do you mean by that? There's this thing happening on my bottom screen, and I don't know what it is. Oh wait, they're flying. Wait, what are they doing? They're doing something. I don't know what it is. I should have expected as much. Uxie the being of knowledge, Azelf the being of willpower, and Mesprit the being of emotion.
Here you go, have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. The Pokemon I come to protect Sinnoh, pathetic and worthless. It takes the three of them, the three lake Pokemon that symbolize spirit, to balance either the Pokemon of time and space. But they can't maintain balance against the two. Not when both Dialga and Palkia are here. Their coming here is in vain. So much meaningless drama. Now, Celeste, you constantly interfere with my plans, but you will be forgiven. After all, there will remain no spirit for all time when I am done. All spirit will disappear. It will be ripped away. From you, from your Pokemon, from those precious to you. It is time. My dream will be my reality. What is this pressure I feel? Something is enraged. What? What's enraged? Oh, hello. Who that? What that? Interesting. So there's a Pokemon that can only appear as a shadow. I know that Pokemon. Regardless, the effort is rash and foolish. I have harnessed the powers of Dialga and Palkia. I don't think you want to fuck with that Pokemon, bro. Cyrus don't have any more I got jump scared. In a Pokemon game, why would he jump at me? What the fuck? No. Wait, when did Cynthia get here? What the fuck? Bro, what is happening? Thank you, Pokemon. Yeah, look at that Pokemon. It's going to die. Bye. I'm sorry it took so long. I think I finally found the answer from studying the mists. When this world was made, Dialga and Palkia appeared. Apparently there's one more Pokemon that appeared at the same time. A Pokemon with as much power as Dialga and Palkia, but also one whose name was never to be spoken. Giratina. It said to lurk in another world, a world on the opposite side of ours. That's what the shadow was. It must have been Giratina. I see. I love that Pokemon. The pillars are distorting. It's because of that portal. It's joined us to the other world. If it's not closed, the distortion will spread to Sinnoh and beyond. Our world will be destroyed. Are you ready? We have to chase. I guess I'm forced to be ready. Whatever. We have to hurry. I don't want to bring this shitty ass Pokemon with me. I want to bring my starter, but whatever. Oh, hello. I'm here now. This place. Can you feel it? There are no other Pokemon here at all. Time isn't flowing and space isn't stable. A world where the rules are broken. A space one might call a distortion world. Well, we just stopped spreading distortion at the Spear Pillar. Hi, Giratina. That was... Giratina, we have to hurry. Sitting back done, the distortion will swallow not only our world, it will overrun the distortion world. Cynthia, why the fuck are you here with me? I didn't even know you could come here. Wait, what's over here? Fuck you, Cynthia. I'm going over here. Oh, it's nothing. Okay, fuck you. I was lied to. This rock slab, it appears to move if you step on a certain spot. I see. We get to see Giratina if we keep going down? I don't know. You tell me. Is Ocean World, are we really traveling downward? I don't know, you tell me. Bro, I don't know what the fuck is happening. Why does this happen in a Pokemon game? I didn't expect this. I pressed something that I didn't want to press. Hi, Mesprit. Bye. Or were you another guy? Uh-oh, I'm confused. Oh, they're playing with fucking perspective. What the fuck? Don't do that. Hi, Cynthia. I see you in the background over there. Oh. Yes, this makes sense. Hello. The legend of Giratina has been all but forgotten but to a few. The legend told of a world on the other side of ours, this world. Why does this world exist? Why is Giratina here all alone? There's so much that can't be explained, we have things to do. Let's split up, we have to find the right way. I'll go over here, cause fuck you, I guess. I can't move. I don't even know where I go, bro. I'm just gonna go straight into the Pokemon game. Okay, I can't go straight anymore. Really going straight the entire time will like be good for me because it's a Pokemon game. This is a children's game. I can just do that, right? And I'll go the right way. Eventually. Eventually I'll go the right way. I feel like I'm going in a circle. Okay, I can only go back there. I went in a circle. The children game, it has lied to me. It's more complicated than that. Oh my god. Okay, well I didn't find the right way. Can you find the right way, Cynthia, for me, please? Cynthia, I need you. I need you, Cynthia. Oh wait, I didn't want to go there. I wanted to go down. On one of them. I don't know which one, though. Down or up? Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay. Yeah, whatever. No, that's back. Don't take me back. Down, up. Okay, and then... There's no other place here, either? Okay, I missed something then. What did I miss? Is this what I missed? I see. I see. Okay, I understand what I missed. I honestly understand. Okay, where the fuck do I go? Here? Yes, here. Okay. Let's go. Why do my eyes look like that? I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. The shadowy Pokemon isn't here. It abandoned me here, then disappeared somewhere farther down. Was it content merely to interfere with my plan? Incidentally, do you understand the concept of genes? No. No, of course you wouldn't. Genes can be considered the blueprints of all life forms. That includes human and Pokemon alike. Genes are contained in a DNA strand. A DNA strand consists of two chains of opposing characteristics in a spiral. If one of the chains were to be broken, the other could replicate it. One or the other cannot exist without its opposite. Do you understand where I'm going with this? This is a bizarre world. Time doesn't flow. Space isn't stable. Only that shadowy Pokemon lives here. This world is the opposite of our world I wish to change. It is like the two chains composing a strand of DNA. The two worlds must be balancing each other to remain in existence. Without the one, the other cannot exist. The shadowy Pokemon must play a role in keeping this world in balance. That is why it must have interfered and brought me here. The shadowy Pokemon must have made this bizarre world. That's why trying to change our world distorted it and made it reveal itself. But that is all irrelevant. What matters is defeating that Pokemon and making this world disappear. I won't allow it to interfere with me again. With it gone, neither world will be able to revert to its original state. What? Bro, what the fuck is happening, bro? I don't know what the fuck is happening. I just gotta go in places, you know, hoping for the best. And that's what I'm doing. I'm hoping for the best. But I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I apparently made it the right way, okay? You know, I don't remember this happening in Platinum. Not Platinum, BDSP. So I think this is different. Destroy that thing for me. You didn't destroy that thing for me. Oh, I can go down, okay. God, why do I need you here, actually? That sucks. Why do I need you here? Oh, and I need Surf here? Oh my fucking god. Okay, actually no, Surf isn't that bad. All my Pokemon has Surf. I always have a Water type. But the fact that I need fucking Strength? That's where it sucks. What the fuck do I do? Hello? I can't do anything. Do I just fall down there? Hello, I wanna fall. Okay, whatever. Oh, I'm falling now. You know, that makes sense. I didn't want to go back up. I don't want to do this. No, I don't want to do this. Yay! Okay, so why did I need this rock? I brought it, but I don't know what I needed it for. They're just kind of standing there menacingly, I don't know why. Oh, hello. This place, it seems to be a giant puzzle. Maybe Giratina wants to test those that visit here. It appears as if we can't go on unless we solve the puzzle. There are some boulders that could be moved, and there are several odd pits in the floor. The Pokemon legs seem eager to show us something. I don't know. I don't know anything. I can move this boulder here, I guess. Here you go. Move. Yeah, what does that do? I don't know what that did. That did something, I don't fucking know what. Okay. What do I do? I mean, where are there boulders? Oh, there. Okay. Oh my god, hi Sark, thanks for the boot. I know that. Okay, I know what you're trying to tell me. I know what to do here there, but like, bruh. Honk, honk. How you doing? I'm pushing boulder. I don't know where I am. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know where I am. I feel like I'm in hell. Or something. Oh, I don't want to go up here. Or do I? Turning rested to burn out. That makes sense. I hope you have a good rest. This the Giratina dimension? Okay, but why do I have to solve puzzles for Giratina? Why does Giratina want me to solve puzzles? You know, that doesn't make sense. Why is Giratina the fucking Riddler, bro? That's okay. Bro, why is Giratina the Riddler? You must solve my puzzles, Batman. I'm somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm somewhere. Here I am here. I had to solve the Riddler's puzzles. And I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, there are multiple ways I could have gone? Okay, wait, no, let me just go back. I didn't know I could have gone multiple ways. You love this part? Okay, Herb. What'd I do? I know I had to do something with boulders, but I don't know what. I don't know what I do with boulders. I just do something with boulders, but I don't know what. I go down? Okay, yeah. So I had to go back down there. I put 2 boulders in places, I think. Or maybe it was only 1 boulder. I did something with a boulder. I don't exactly know what I did with the boulder, but I did something with the boulder. Oh, wait. I had to... oh. Oh. I can't go down there anymore. I had to solve the puzzle. Oh my god. I could just go back. I'm gonna be real. Okay, so I do have to solve the Riddler's puzzles. Okay, I can do that. I made it this far. No, Pokemon does block pushing puzzles. I don't know why. And there hasn't been like border pushing puzzles yet in this game, so you know, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so if I go one way. Cyrus, what are you doing there? Cyrus, come back. Come back, Cyrus. Cyrus, you can't be there. Okay, the problem is, I don't know where to go after this. There's like, it feels like there's so many ways I could go. And does this take me down? Oh, it does. How down though? Okay, hi Cyrus, can I talk to you? What the fuck? He wasn't real. Cyrus wasn't real. Cyrus was never real. Bye, Giratina. Where am I? How do I go? Yeah, there you go. That was kind of weird. I don't know where I'm going, and I don't have waterfall. So I don't think I can do this. Oh, I can. That's weird. Because I don't have waterfall. Is waterfall even in this game? Because I don't have it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of going places, you know? Bro, I know what I had to do. I put boulders in places. I did this shit already. I put a boulder somewhere. But I don't know what to do. Those Pokemon, hello. I have pushed another boulder. What do I do now? Is this what you want me to do? I can't push a boulder. I can't push into this hole. Okay, there we go. What does that do? What did that do? Do I have to do it again? No, please, there's so many fucking boulders. Please don't make me do it again. I swear to fuck. Oh, that means I fucked up this boulder. Wait, but... Oh, wait. No, I can. Never mind. Okay. Let me go back up. Let me push that boulder back in. Okay, I see now what I had to do. Okay, I didn't really realize what I was doing. I was just kind of like pushing boulders, and I was like, okay, what does it want me to do now? I'm just pushing a boulder. But now I see I have to put it in that specific hole. Because this one, I put in this hole. Not realizing that that was bad. But unless they want me to like, you know, do it all again. Do I only have to do it once? And I'm it? That's it? I feel like that did something. I don't know what that did, but it did something. Can you tell me again? Do I have to get more boulders? Wait, hang on, let me go back up here. I don't know where the boulders are. There's no more boulders. I thought it would just be done. I thought that would be it. And then I'd be done. But I guess not. They kinda just flew away. Without telling me what to do. I don't think I want to do this actually. I think now I'm gonna take forever. I mean, there's nothing there. Yeah, there's nothing here. So I push boulder. And then it make boulder. Yeah, but now what do I do? Because I pushed boulder and it made a boulder, and now I don't know what to do with the boulder. This feels different. Okay, never mind, it's the same. Yeah, okay, so I made a boulder. And now what? Is there more boulder I can get? Or like... I don't fucking know. I guess I'll go over here. I think I want to do. What? Okay, I was wondering why it wasn't working. Hello, boulder. Are there any boulders I can get here? Boulder? Yep, boulder. I don't see any more boulders. This is right. Was right. Oh no. Yeah, I don't see any more boulders, so I don't know. That's also why I'm confused, because I don't see anything else I can do. All I know is I put in the boulders, and now I don't know what to do. I made boulders. Hello? That's Dustin. What if I talk to Cynthia again? I guess the book on the lakes must have gone home. I understand they can keep balance against either Pocky or Dialga. Does it mean they can't do that with Giratina? There's no time for idle chit-chat. Okay, that's all I had to do. Yay! Oh, hi, Cyrus. Are you real this time? Cyrus, can you be real this time? I want to speak to you. The security is up ahead. So you're already here? Why do you seek to change the world? If you hate our world, you should just go off somewhere alone. Find somewhere where you can live without seeing others. Why should I run and hide from the world, and have to wait quietly? My aim is to rid our world of the vague and incomplete thing we call spirit. By freeing ourselves of that, our world can be made complete. That is my justice, no one can interfere. Bro, you're kinda weird. I won't lose. Not to that shadowy Pokemon, not in any worthless world. Oh, I had to fight him? Okay. This kinda sucks. Why he look shiny? Why is he a shiny Pokemon? Oh, well this kinda sucks. Anyway. No, don't do that. Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. No. Huh. I can't switch in. Or else bad things will happen. Are you fucking serious? Heal it. I don't care. I'll just put it at 1 HP again. That's all I'm good at doing, apparently. Honolulu, you have to kill this time. Just high roll, please. Just high roll. Get a crit. Just something. Thank you. Weavile. What is Ice weak to? Because I don't have my fire type. I guess I'll just switch to my bird. I have nothing else. I just have to close combat and I have to hope that I one-shot it. Are you serious? Are you serious, bro? Okay, you better fucking... Oh. That sucks. That really sucks, actually. Okay, I mean, I probably should have just done this from the start. I don't have a good steel type move though, that's why I didn't want to do this. But you're not weak to this. Yeah, you resist this actually. Yeah, I should've just switched to you. But I feel like this won't... Yeah, that didn't really do anything. Here it is. Why would you do that? Wait, that's even worse for you. Yeah, this is even worse for you. Why would you do this? Oh, that's why. Why don't I have levitate? Why don't I have levitate? Am I just dead because I don't have my fucking fire type? Like, I swear to God. Just because I had to fucking bring this fucking stupid ass HM slave that I don't care about. I just want max revive. Hey, I'm doing good, kind of. I'm losing to this guy. Okay. So now you're gonna die. Nothing I can do about this. And you got crit. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Is the Gyarados seriously faster? Like... I kinda just wanna switch in. Okay, you are faster. Oh my god, that sucked. Why don't you have levitate, bro? Oh my god, I should just use my flying then. This is all I can do. Because you probably won't have anything that can do that much to me. So I will heal. I don't know what to do now. Besides, maybe use fly. I had to use fly, okay. Actually, you might one-shot. You didn't, okay. Am I faster? No, you're faster. Of course you're faster! Oh my god, and I'm not gonna one-shot you with this. Yeah, I didn't do anything. Oh my god, bro, this fucking sucks. Like I said, all because I didn't bring in a fire type, I'm gonna lose. Like my starter. Because I had to bring in my stupid ass fucking HN slave in order to do anything in this dungeon. Aw, this sucks. I need my quick claw to actually activate. Oh my god, whatever. Okay, that's cool. When I use a grass type, because that's Ice Fang, it would just get one shot again. Bro, every Pokemon I have right now is weak to ice. Can I close combat? No. Wait, why can you use Fake Out again? The fuck?
Here you go. Have a head.
Oh my god, wait, he's being stupid right now. Okay, never mind, he's not. But he got poisoned, so that's cool. Of course you have a berry. Oh my god, this fight would be, like I said, this fight would be so much easier if I could just bring my starter. But whatever. Actually, if I Thunderbolt it... Would it do more damage than Magnum Bomb? I probably should have changed the Flash Cannon, but whatever. Yeah, cause it's neutral, you don't resist this. And you're barely not gonna die, huh? Yep. Okay, bro, whatever. I have to play this like an actual RPG now. Honchkra? Okay, This is actually scary because I don't know what it has. Oh my god! Finally, something lucky happened to me. I hate this health bar. This health bar, I fucking hate. It's stressing me the fuck out. Wait, I just win. Unless it one-shots me for like no reason, I think I just win. But I resist this. Yeah, so I just win. I was put in this stupid fucking situation because of my fucking HN slave, I'm telling you. Get that bitch out of here! I can't turn on my lamp.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. I've never been so annoyed having to have an HN slave than this moment. Something you can defeat or capture that Pokemon. This bizarre world is none other than that Pokemon itself. Capturing or defeating it will make this world disappear. Very well, do what you will. Rather than repairing the world, you're going to destroy it for me. You inherit my legacy. Can I live? Don't believe his lies. It's not possible that a Pokemon can make the world disappear. The world awaited your birth, not only yours either. The Pokemon with you, the people close to you. All the Pokemon and people were born because they have a part in the world. I'm convinced of that. Giratina won't go out of existence. This distortion world won't disappear. Our world won't disappear either. Let's go meet Giratina. Yes, do something about my Pokemon, please! Oh my god, Giratina's enraged because the two worlds are endangered. It has merged the distortion world and our world of the Spear Pillar. That's why both worlds are becoming distorted, but there's nothing to fear. You can defeat Giratina and show the type bond you share with your Pokemon. Or you can demonstrate how much you want to join you. Should I use the... No, I'm not using the Master Ball. But I will save. Wait, do Dust Balls work here? Okay, it's probably Dragon, right? Hang on. Giratina type. I need to see this. Ghost... Okay, it's a Ghost Dragon. Wait, does that mean I can't use... Okay, I need to think about this. Because... I feel like I should start with Sao Paulo, so I can paralyze it. But also, I don't want to paralyze it the first turn. And so I feel like I should have, like... you in front, actually, as a sacrifice. Because, like, there's no way I'm gonna catch it the first turn. And so that's my plan. And also, you're weak to it, so like, there's no point in having you anyway. What the fuck is happening? Why is he level 18? Because it's a HN slave, like I've been saying. You don't train up your HN slave. No one does that. If you do, you're playing Pokemon weird. Giratina's quietly eyeing me. Well, that's cool. Hello. Wait, I need to look up if Dust Balls work here. Do Dust Balls work in Distortion World? Oh, they do? Oh my god, let's go! Okay, well, I'm not doing that. Let's go, am I lucky? No, I'm not lucky. Alright, well, goodbye, Honolulu, you're fucking dead. I said you're a sacrifice and I meant it. Goodbye. Bro, I had to go through all this and I can't bring my starter? Like, bro. What the hell? I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that worked. I forgot if they're weak to poison, but I also don't want to poison it. Okay, you're not. Fuck, what do I do now? Because I'm literally gonna do nothing to it for, like, I don't know how long. I don't want to poison it. It's Ghost Dragon. So I guess I could go to Seattle. But I feel like no, because... I guess we'll see. Of course it works now. Of course, bro. Oh, it did nothing. Okay. Get beamed, idiot. I just hope it doesn't kill it. Okay, good. That's the move I'm scared of. Oh my fucking god. I'm not gonna catch it again, I know. It's gonna be a fucking Rayquaza situation, bro. Stop doing this. I mean, it does nothing, but still. If you're like the other legendaries, then you're probably just gonna use fucking random moves. With no rhyme or reason. Okay, I think that's all I can use. Why do you have ancient power? Yeah, you are just using random moves. Okay, that did nothing, actually. Let's see! 1, 2... Okay. Yeah, get paralyzed, idiot. I think I just used all my dust balls until they're... I have none. 1... Okay, yeah. Fuck this, bro. What is that? Can I catch you? It's possible to... What? Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I'll just heal. What do I have? Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't fucking care. I like if I hit it with a whirlwind, it'll just... Well, I can't do that anymore. You know what? Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll just like magical leap or fucking something. Actually, wait, you can't get poisoned anymore. I can just do this. And I hope I don't high roll. Okay. Let's see. Bro. Why? My luck is so bad, bro. It's so bad, bro, my luck. I'm telling you. I'm using, like, my best chances if I put it to sleep. But, you know, 1. Yeah, that's it. I'll use an Ultra Ball now, then. You know, maybe you wanna beat an Ultra Ball. It looks like you, kinda. 1. No, okay. Brother. What do I do when it does this? Like, there's really nothing I can do. Like, I don't have that much shit. I don't want to use any of it. I don't want to use my Ultra Ball. Because I can't use my Ultra Ball. What other balls do I have? I have the Master Ball. I don't want to use that. So I can't heal. And I can't do anything. I mean, I can do this, I guess. I don't know. Oh, yay! Oh, it works like fly, okay. What? Why does it go there? There we go. I can't do anything. I can't do anything! How many turns has it been? Because maybe I'll start using my fucking timer balls, I don't know. I didn't count how many balls I've used. Bro. I think I'll use my timer balls for last, actually. Just so they're at, like, max power or something. I don't know, like, how they work. I know like... Okay, I know how they work, but I don't know, like, what the max percentage goes to, you know? That's what I mean, so I don't know, like, what my chances are if I just keep waiting. 1, 2... You know, I'm so glad I'm not using the Master Roll, because I love this theme. This theme I love, actually. 1, 2... Oh my fucking god. That's my favorite Pokemon? It is. Leiru, the Rayquaza's happening again. I can't catch it. I can't fucking I use so many balls. I can't catch it. Bro. It's Rayquaza all over again. It's actually Rayquaza all over again, bro. I should switch into my tank. Yeah, I'm gonna switch into my tank, because I don't think I can do anything to my tank. Go, my tank. Get him. Even though you can't attack him, get him. You'll get it eventually? I don't think I will. I won't. Oh, look. What if I paralyze you again? Oh, my attack missed. What the fuck? You know, for being a tank, and for resisting that, that still did a lot of damage to you. I don't know how I feel about that. Your only final is lower too. 1, 2, 3. Why is Platinum like this? Everything has a delay, so I'm just like, oh yeah, I got it, yeah, and no. If I use Ominous Wind again, I'm gonna heal. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, well, it didn't matter. Or not Ominous Wind, the other Shadow Force, whatever it's fucking called. Nothing! Okay, at least the paralysis is going off a lot. That's like the only good thing that's happening to me. What? Okay. Don't do that. Actually, does that kill me? That I got crit, of course. I'm so glad I saved. You know what? I think it's time. I think it's time. Actually, is it time? Yeah, I don't think I should fuck around. Timer ball. I am not using that Master Ball. I'm gonna save that shit for something. Bro! How many turns has it been? Is that Rock? Oh, it is Rock. Oh. I'm dead. I got crit too. Oh my fucking god, bro. I should flee actually. Whatever. Yeah, you can get him, bro. You can do so much to him. Yeah, bro, he's so intimidated by you. Like you won't get one shot. Yeah, look at how intimidated he is. Oh my, he's so intimidated. Oh my god. He's so intimidated. That's crazy. Oh my god, it's gonna be another fucking Rayquaza. It's actually gonna be another fucking Rayquaza. Except this time it'll take like 10 hours longer just because of how Platinum is. Which sucks. That it actually just sucks. Okay, at least now I know I can save like right in front of him. So I don't have to watch this cutscene every single time actually, I can just save like right here. I don't know if I should save state or like actually save, but... You know, whatever. It's fine. It looked like he was in front of me for a second. I'm gonna kill myself. It's another Rayquaza. Should I use the Master Ball on Giratina? I don't know. I don't think so. Alright, let's see. Am I lucky? Will I be lucky? If this shakes at least once, I'll be lucky. I'm not lucky. Bro. You know what? Fuck you. I'm digging. Oh. That gets me still. I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. Why did Shadow Force one-shot you? Like, you're the only one Shadow Force one-shot. That's kind of embarrassing, actually. But you know what? Whatever. I went faster before you. Why am I not going faster? Why am I not faster now? What the fuck? Okay, you're poisoned. I didn't want that. I did not want that. Kazuma, don't send links in my chat. They won't work for you. That's why I keep censoring you. No one can see them. I know what that is now. It's that. Are you fucking serious? Actually, let's see him paralyze you. I'm gonna still paralyze him. Yeah, I won't paralyze him. That kind of fucking sucks, actually. Why is he being so annoying now? Actually, I should start chucking balls, because he's gonna die. And there's nothing I can do about it. I told you what would tell me if I was lucky or not. And it was that. It was that. Bro, you're gonna die next turn, just let me. Wait, why is he actually being so annoying now? That's so weird. Like, they use these moves at random. I don't know why they're being so annoying now. I think it's dead. Oh, yeah, it's dead. I'm so frustrated. Because, yeah, that's what all legendaries do. They just kind of, like, press buttons. They don't have a strategy against you. They just press buttons. But it just kept pressing the ominous wind button. Or no, the Shadow Force button. I don't know why. Like, it's actually kind of weird. It's like it knows. It's like they know. Well, I be lucky. Let's see. What? Okay, I'll be slightly lucky this time. Okay, well, you're dead. Like I said, I brought you here as a sacrifice, so you know. Actually, can I use Dragon Claw against you? No, you're just being fucking annoying again. Why are you actually being so fucking annoying? Stop it, bro. You can't do this. Okay, I guess I have to switch to you then. Please, just let me do this so I'm faster now, please. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. This is all I can do. Of course. It still hit the ancient power. Like it's gonna do anything. Can I get lucky with the paralysis again, actually? No. We're not getting lucky with anything now. The ball lied to me. The ball always lied. Can I even do that again? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, you might as well just not be paralyzed. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? I'm being lied to by balls. I don't know how I feel about it. I am being fucking lied to by balls. Did you just get one shot by this? Oh my fucking god. I don't know what to do. I can't hit you again. So I think you'll die. So I think I had to do this. I swear if you can move one more time, I'm just going to kill myself. But... that's it. Okay, yeah, fuck you. Oh my fucking god. You know what? Just fuck you. It was able to move twice. Like, what do I do? Fuck you, bro. I don't care. I do care, actually. I'm gonna reset after this, but I just want to see if it... oh. Oh my god, finally. Finally. I was able to live. Oh my god. What? Bro. Why did the ball lie to me? I don't know why the ball lied to me. It just did. I don't like that it lied to me. I don't like that at all. I'm so fucking annoyed. You know, it was funny the first few Pokemon. But now it's like... now it's like... what the hell? Now it's just like... what the fuck? It's like... it's like, what the fuck? You know? Sorry, I wasn't moving there. I just like, I don't care. But, yeah, sure, whatever. Fuck you. Okay, yay, the paralysis is working now. Can you do something now, please? What? Okay. You know, why can you move out of the ball if you can't, you know, move here? It's like, I don't, it's fucking stupid, you know? Like, you should just not be able to move. I'm just telling you. Okay, you know, I was bringing logic and, like, they almost, yeah. They almost bought it, you know? Why do I keep getting crit too? That's also the most fucking annoying part. Cause, like, you're my tank. I can't have you getting randomly crit. And then, like, oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up, actually. That's just gonna happen to me. But... okay... bro, this is the worst fucking move, too, because, like, I just had to, like, not do anything, basically. I just had to sit here and like hope for the best, you know? I can't do anything. Oh my god, that move fucking sucks. And the fact that you can just like, I don't know, you have to pass 2 checks to get it off, and like, yeah, whatever. One. Yeah, sure, whatever. Bro! And the fact that I can't throw a Pokeball, but I can just fly, like, I don't know, it's just fucking stupid. Okay, let's see. Can I get you? One. No. Can you stop being fucking stupid, bro? I don't like you. Don't crit me, thank you. I just feel like it's not worth it. I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna use the Giratina. But like, I caught every other legendary. So it's like, I don't- and this is my first one. Yeah, use it again, huh? Okay, like, what do I do? I just have to waste a fucking move. I only had 2 more of these. And then I'm onto my shitty balls. It's like, whatever. Okay. Okay, bro. I'm actually gonna throw up. Okay, finally, you're not using a stupid fucking move. Where I can't throw a Pokeball for a turn and I'm wasting time. Just cause you're so fucking stupid, bro. 1, 2. Yeah, you're so fucking stupid, bro. That was the other move I was gonna be like, bro. I swear to God. I got crit again! Why? Why do I keep getting crit? It's actually insane how much I get crit. I don't think I should get crit. Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't know if I should waste my Ultra Balls or my Tire Balls. I'm gonna waste my Tire Balls, actually. Just because they're more expensive. I don't know. Okay, yep. You don't like time, apparently. But they only get stronger. They only get stronger. Why'd I get crit again? They only get stronger each time I use them, bro. So fuck off. Actually, just fuck off. Oh my god. Is it even worth healing? Like, bro, I hate you. I actually hate you. Just please. Just get in the ball. Just get in the fucking ball. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, thank you. Fucking finally, thank you. Fuck off. I hate you. I hate you. I fucking hate you. I'm going to kill myself. It was banished for its violence. Sounds like me. Silent gazed upon the old world for the distortion world. I will give a nickname to this asshole, bro. I'm sorry, Leru. But this is what I had to do to it. I had to teach it its place in the world. And so this is what I had to do. This is what I had to do to it. There we go. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Giratina seems to have understood us. That Pokemon, that shadowy Pokemon was captured. Yeah, and I made it my bitch. So what? You doing so means this irrational world will remain in existence. Does that make it impossible for me to create a new world? Even if I made new red chains, a new world can't be made. Why? What compels you to protect the 2 worlds? Is spirit a vague and incomplete thing so important to you? The places we are born, the time we spend living, the languages we speak. We are all different, but the presence of Pokemon unites us. We share our lives with our Pokemon, and our happiness grows as we all become greater than we were alone. That is why we can battle and trade with anyone we choose. Silence! Enough of your blathering. That's how you justify spirit as something worthwhile? That is merely humans hoping, deluding themselves that they are happy and safe. The emotions rolling inside me, rage, hatred, frustration. These ugly emotions arise because of my own incomplete spirit. And we will never see eye to eye. This, I promise you, I'll break the secret to the world. With that knowledge, I'll create my complete and perfect world. One day you'll awaken to a world of my creation. A world without spirit. Bye. Since there is sadness, we can feel joy. When there is anger, compassion is born. Let's go back home. The portal where Giratina was should lead us back to our world. Giratina was written in legend as being on the other side of our world. It stands to reason that it has a link to the other side. I don't want to talk to you anymore. This place, where am I? It's the Senna Spring. It's said to somehow lead to the great beyond. And Giratina was said to live in a world on the opposite side of ours. Oh, I'm sincerely sorry, it's very rude of me. You're incredible, you're really a fantastic trainer. Let's say this on behalf of all of Sinnoh. Thank you. You had to go tell Professor Rowan, he was very worried about you. You should visit him at his lab. Where do I go? What if I want to go up here? I'm insane. I don't want to be here anymore. What the fuck? I'm gonna kill myself in game, honestly. This legendary, the legendary Pokemon in gen. I'm gonna jump off. Right there, actually. I hate this. This is what I hate. A fucking Chingling, bro. Yeah, that's what I gotta deal with. Huh. Wait, are my other Pokemon still dead? Are they actually still all dead? Oh, they are. That's cool. Thank you, Cynthia, for not healing my Pokemon again. Where am I? I don't know where I am. I'm in the spring. Where am I going? Why would I want to go down here? Oh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go and, yeah. Actually, I shouldn't fly there. I should have flown anywhere else but there. I'll go here. You know, I don't. Oh wait, his lab is there. But I'm just doing this because I want to access a PC. That's why. That's why I said I should go anywhere but there, because I want access to a PC. But oh my god. What do I do? I can't do anything, bro. I just feel so... I don't know, I feel so... I feel so. You know, get this bitch away from me. Everything was so much harder because of him. All because I needed you. And look, I made this guy my bitch, so whatever. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore, bro. I don't know why they did that. I'm gonna rename. I'm not gonna rename it, actually. I think my anger and frustration is better because I named it that. I think it deserves that. Will I make another TikTok based off me not being able to catch a legendary again? Yeah. But, you know, whatever. It's fine. Where the fuck is his lab? I don't want to talk to this little bitch. Yeah, speaking of little bitches, actually. That guy right there. Barry's house? Why is it his house? Why isn't it Robin's lab? What the fuck? Wait, where is his lab? Yeah, whatever. Where's his lab? I thought it was here. I mean, I can go into houses, I guess. Okay, no. I don't remember where his lab was. I will be real. I do not remember. Yeah, I don't remember where his lab was. That's numb. Rowan. Where is Rowan's lab yet? Oh, it is in Sandton Town. Okay. So I was in the wrong location anyway. That is not Sanjantem. I thought that was Sand. I'm fucking tired. That Pokemon fight, like, it actually just, I don't know what it did to me. This game just has a way to just suck the life out of me. It's like they're using Giga Drain on me, actually. That's what it feels like. It feels like I'm being, I don't know. You come back, you leave me speechless. You've done it, you really have done it. There is my heart pounding this hard for so long in my 60 years of living. Well, after you left, the professor did a lot of checking around. He got really worried about you. He got in touch with people he knows to rustle up. My sinuses are killing you. Why? You don't need it, so I'm glad to see you back safe too. There's something I had to tell you. The 3 Pokemon in the lakes appear to have returned to their homes. So tell me, how are things going for you? 151, whoa. Why not Team Sunny Shore's badge, and why not challenge the Pokemon League? That will broaden your horizons further than ever before. Not to mention the opportunities to meet even more Pokemon. Where's Sunny Shore? Can I just, like, I don't know, fly there? Do I really have? I caught the god of this world. Well, the devil of this world, I guess. Oh, there's Sunny Shore. Yeah, I could go there. Can I just, like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I just want to be able to fly there. Do I really have to go through all this again? I should have bought repels, actually. And more revives. And just more everything, actually. And more potion. Yeah, I should just buy more everything, actually. That's what I should do. Because now I don't know where to go. Oh, I can't go up here anyway. Okay, well, that sucks. See, this is what I mean. I swear to fuck. If I had to switch in to my stupid fucking HN slave again, I'm going to scream. Because I really don't want to. I don't like that guy. I don't like him, actually. I hate him. I hate him, actually. I never want to switch to him ever again. I never want him in my party ever again. He made my life so much more difficult, and I hate him for it. I'm being so for real when I tell you this. I hate him for it. And so I just want him to, like, disappear. I will release him when I'm done with this game. I don't fucking care. I can just catch another one. I don't give a shit. But that guy, he's getting released. I really don't care. Where am I? Why is there a Graveler? Get him away. Oh wait, I just realized you're so close to evolving. I need him to fucking get. Are you serious? Okay, fine, I'll buy repels and shit. And I'll switch them in. And then when I'm done with Victory Road... What the fuck? And then when I'm done with Victory Road... Guess what? Why'd I get crit? I didn't get crit. Why? Why can't I run away? So why are there gold bats here? I don't want gold bats. Thank you. Kill me. Kill me. Get me out. Just get me out of here, bro. I got the legendary. That's all I needed. Okay, but now I kind of know where to go. Not really, though. Just kind of. And then I'll just buy 1,000 potions, and I'll buy 1,000, 1,000 repels, and I'll buy 1,000 balls, and I'll buy 1,000, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna buy after that. Wait, this is the store? Oh, right, you had the giant fucking store. I forgot. And then I'll die. And that's it. Sell me something good. Thank you. Just give me that, thank you. And then, yeah, thank you. Oh, I don't need this many, whatever. I just buy them anyway. And then, that's the repel. Just give me something. Thank you. I don't care, just give me that much, thank you. Fuck off. Oh, right, and wait, did I search my Pokemon already? I didn't. Fucking out. I'm gonna actually kill myself in a video game. That will happen. I don't know when it'll happen, but it will happen. So get ready for it. Go away. I don't want you gone. I want you back. I want you back already. But I can't have you, apparently. They don't like us together. They don't like it when we're together. I don't know why. They just fucking don't. I don't know what to do about it. Okay, so actually, how do I go? How do I go there? So I obviously need to put on a repel. And then, like, what do I do? I don't fucking know. Like, I go here. And then before I go on the grass... Okay, yeah, before I go on the grass... Yeah, there, okay, and then I put on a repel. Wherever the fuck it is. Wait, where's the super repel? There it is. Please. Thank you. Okay, wait, but where do I go now? Do I have to go in that cave? Oh my god, I have to go in that fucking cave. Wait, why is Cynthia still here, actually? I'm actually gonna battle Giratina. Oh, don't mind me, I'm only losing out loud. Is there decoy and odd thanks for what you did. Can I go in here? Wait, where do I go then? Oh, I go more down. Okay, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Why can't I leave? I was spamming the B button there. It just would not let me. Okay, so I go. Where do I go? It said more down, but... Like, there's no way to go right here, right? Unless there is. Oh, there we go. I see. Okay. And then, yeah, I'm on my way. Okay. So actually, I don't... Huh. I guess I'll just fly up here again. I guess, actually, I don't know what I want to do, because I kind of want to see if I can fight that gym. I should be able to, because I have a fucking Garchomp, so I don't see why I won't be able to. But then my concern is the Elite Four. Because I don't know what I'm gonna do with the Elite Four. I feel like the Elite Four will just be really difficult. I don't know. I actually don't know what to do with the Elite Four. So I don't know, it kind of sucks. It actually kind of sucks. Well, I do want to fight this, but like at the same time... I don't know. Can you get away from me? Oh my fucking god. I was about to like commit a hate crime. Rather, I hit a grass one too many times and then I waste like a minute of my life. Please. Thank you. This game is actually just annoying me now. This game is actually just annoying me now. Fuck you, rich guy. Luxray? Yeah, fuck you. Actually, I'll have electric Pokemon. Probably. Please. Level me up. Are you serious? I swear to god if I flinch too. What? Oh my fucking god. What's with all these random fucking crits? I'm being so for real. And then I can't just high roll once and one-shot this guy? Okay, yeah, fuck you. You know, I'm gonna high roll now. I'm not actually. But I will now. Please. Why did it do less? Oh, now I'm not getting experience. Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know what the plan was. I honestly don't know what the plan was. One fucking Luxray. And it was just enough to kill me. Ah, that's not good. Yeah, it needs to evolve like now. It needs to evolve now. I need its evolution now. Why are there so many fights? It is on the way, there's so many fights. Me not understand. Yeah, no, what? Fuck you. Oh. There's no need to punch me twice. Why? Why is everything doing so much? I don't understand. Please tell me. Why can't you have help to me? Oh my god, bro. You know, just fuck you, actually. This is what I should have done. I don't care, bro. What does that do? Okay, that's what that does anyway. Okay, bro. Why is a Lopunny faster than a Staraptor? That's crazy. Die. Hear me out, new torture meant to entice someone. I've been playing all the single players for 5 hours non-stop. Why would you do that, though? Why would you do that to someone? What did they do to deserve that? For the vine? Okay. Oh my god, yay, thank you. What is this? Cause whatever item the totem. Oh, okay. That's kind of a funny. Why am I getting beaten by a cop? How's the Pokemon going? I was suffering because Giratina was horrible. But now, I don't know. I don't know how it's going. I just kind of winding down from Giratina being horrible. But like anything the game does is like annoying me, so it's like whatever. Make quesadillas? Well, That's cool. I'm dying. Well, I'm dying. Why are you able to move twice? Fuck you. For cheating. This is what you get for cheating. I had to watch this health bar just slowly go down every single time. And for what? Why do I need to do this? I don't think I deserve this, you know? Like, I don't understand the point, honestly. Bro, I just wanna get to the next town. I don't even care if I'm properly leveled. I can just look it up, actually. Let's see, Pokemon Platinum Origins. Let's see, what are you? Oh, high 40s. Okay, that's cool. I'm not there yet. I might die. Boom. I don't want to fucking do battle with the child, bro. Why are there so many of them? I don't even know if I'm at the town yet. I don't think I am. There's just so many of them, it's weird. What the fuck is this? Wait, what is Mantite? Because that's electric, right? Or is it not electric? I don't fucking know. I don't know anything. I just want to know how to not suffer anymore. I'm suffering! What the fuck? Die! What the fuck? Bounce. That did what? Oh my god, you're actually useless. Just die. Actually just die. Oh my god. 1 HP. Yeah, fuck you. Look at what I'm doing to you. Get mogged, bro. Actually get mogged. Insane. Insane. Fellow 2, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. How you doing? That is a Remoraid. I don't think I can do anything against this Remoraid. I'm just trying to get Honolulu like properly leveled. So I'm just fighting everything. I don't want to fight everything, but I'm forced to. Wait, no, my weakness. Never mind, that's not my weakness. I don't even know what I'm weak to. I'm frozen, what the fuck? I thought, okay, that was useless. What's my weakness? I don't know my what's Soul's weakness? I know it's ground. Yeah, that's his weakness. I got a crit. I don't know why I couldn't think of his weakness. I just couldn't. It's weird. I killed this child. And this guy's gonna fight me now. Why? You don't have to fight me. You honestly don't have to fight me. You don't have to do this. Just because I'm passing by you on the street doesn't mean you have to fight me. But apparently you do. I don't know why. Okay, well you can't do anything, so let's do... What? Why do you know this move? And how do you know I was gonna switch? I swear they always know I'm gonna switch, and I don't like it. Okay, I'm gonna kill this guy. Okay, you're just trying to be annoying. Yeah, you just did 2 damage, you're trying to be annoying. That's all you're trying to do. I swear to fuck, if you only have like Wingles and like a Pelipper at the end, I swear to fuck, actually. Gastrodon! I forgot what that's weak to. Oh wait, that's a water type. No, wait, but you're not weak to this because you're ground. Best regards from Germany? Well, Germany. I think I have like 1 German viewer. And that's it. Are you weak to this? Yeah, no, you're not. Oh wait, I know what your weakness is. It's a Pokemon I should have switched to a long time ago. It's you. Oh. That still did so much. I don't know why. I don't like that. Okay, let me just heal back up because I can't do anything else. And also, Self Follow's so weak. I probably should have switched him in, but I'm trying to get a Garchomp right now. That's why I haven't. Now, to be fair, they get like so much experience. Yeah, see, they get so much experience. I got so much experience. And then Machoke. Okay, that's cool. I know how to kill that. I know how to kill some things, just not all the things. But some things I know how to kill. Like this thing. I know how to kill this thing. And honestly, I like that. I like being able to do that, you know? Like, look, I'm gonna fly, even though it just wastes time. But, you know, just so I can, like, one-shot it. I don't know. Or Aura Farm. I don't... It's what it is, too. Yeah, see? I'm Aura Farming. This guy is dead now. If I don't miss. Okay, I didn't miss. This guy is dead now. I had to say that because I always miss. Because my luck is just bad. I got a crit. Okay, maybe my luck isn't bad. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. It's something. Where do I go? Why is there a tree here? Can I look behind? No, I can't look behind the tree. I had to check. I don't know. Bye, I don't care. Bye. Hello, why do you look like a clown? Yeah, but I train Pokemon to secure inside their Pokeballs, but there's no masking or a serious toughness. I should introduce myself. The name's Flint. I'm one of the Pokemon League's elite floor. I just had this idea, maybe we can pull it off. It's about the channel gym leader. He's really lost his enthusiasm lately because there's been so few good challenges worth his time. He's been so bored he spends all his time renovating the gym. And then the blackout happened. That sure didn't help lift his mood. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? I need to help give him a battle that's so hot it will reignite his... Okay. I can do that. Maybe. If my Pokemon's not weak. I don't know. I don't know if it's weak, though. Okay, so I just gotta go down there somehow. To the Pokemon Center. That's right there. But I hope I didn't miss. Wait. Okay, that's it. Who's this guy, then? Do I fight him? No. Okay. I thought he was gonna fight me. Wait, that looks like a Munchlax. That rock. I love Munchlax. What is this? Section of World Seals. Okay. Where was the gym? I don't know. I'm gonna fight it. And I'm gonna suffer. Okay, what if his highest Pokemon is level 50? I don't know if I'll be able to do this. Unless I get to 48 and, you know, the Gamma evolves. Then I'll be happy. Because then I'll be able to take it, I think. I'll be able to do this gym. I feel. But if it's not, then I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. If it doesn't evolve, I don't know if I'll be able to do the gym. The city makes me feel at home somehow. It's next to the sea and there's a lighthouse. Oh, if we don't have the gym badge, we'll be forced to turn back. What? Why do I need the gym badge? Is it how I learned Waterfall, or what is it? What is this? Julia's house? Oh, ribbon. I love ribbon. I'm not gonna use that shit. Oh. I can get a Jolteon! Yippee! I don't want a Jolteon. I can't get a Jolteon anyway, I already, yeah, did things. Wait, what is this? Beacon of Light Sinnoh. Wait, where's the gym? I feel like I've been everywhere. Where's the gym? I'm fucking tired and stupid. It's not my fault. It's actually not my fault. I'm just tired and stupid right now. There's the gym. Yeah, to come back in when he does, you know what you gotta do. Give him a battle that's so hot. Like, counting any hot shot. When will he come back? I don't know when he'll come back. He'll just come back though. I getting rated. Hello, Labor, can you do something? Habitsukai VTuber, thanks for the Raid, hello. My name is Celeste. I'm a Bat Clown VTuber. I mainly play Nintendo and horror games, and this is my first time playing Pokemon Platinum, so I don't know what I'm doing. But thanks for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing? Hello? So you're the latest challenger up against the Sunshore Gym. Alright, I decided. If I find you to be weak, I can go to Challenger Pokemon League. I'm all done with renovating the gym, so I don't need to be here. When anything, I want to have battles that can throw me again. As the toughest gym leader in Sinnoh, I'm going to unleash everything in my arsenal on you. But yes, how was your stream? What did you play? I hope it was good. Thanks for the boop. I hope you had a good stream. I can't go down. I hope you had a good stream. Whatever you decided to play. It was OG Call of Duty? Well, I never played OG Call of Duty. I've only played like 2 COD games, so I don't know anything about COD. I don't even remember which ones I played either. It was like, I think it was Modern Warfare 2 or 3. I don't remember. It was something. Not talking of hey. Thank you. Bye. I was going to say I don't fucking care, bro. How's it going? Let me check your trainer case. Let me see how badges you have. 1, 2, 3. Well, you already got 7. That means if you can beat this gym, you're on your way to the Pokemon League next. That also means this is the last time I get to give you advice. This is it, kiddo. Listen carefully. One last time. Somebody here is a master of electric-type Pokemon. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, I guess. What this do? Wow. That's cool. What this do? Wow, that's cool. I love puzzles. Okay, if they're like over leveled, I'll actually like this because then I can level up faster. That is a Pachirisu. Yeah, 47? Okay, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Ouch. Why do you have this? That almost killed me, bro. Okay, maybe I'm too underleveled. I don't know, something tells me this. It's only 5 levels. It shouldn't be that much. That gave me nothing. Probably because it's Pachirisu. But still, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I feel like Gabite just has no defense. But when I get Garchomp, like, you know, soup like fucking pseudo legendary over here, I can go up there. Wait, why does this guy look like Surge? This guy looks like Lieutenant Surge. Yeah, I don't know, hopefully I can do something. Okay, 3, a Magnemite with, hopefully without Levitate. Yes, okay. Bro, I'm doing so good. See, I'm telling you, this will give me no experience, but I'm doing so good. Look, 838, okay, yeah, that was decent, whatever. Luxio, sure, whatever. We have a fun stream, good night, good night. Oh my fucking god. Wait, free food. Oh my god, I'm eating. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get to level 48 this gym. I'm gonna be real. I don't think that's gonna happen. But free food, oh my god. Another Luxio. I mean, it might happen. Like, remember, like, my monkey, like, leveled up like 5 fucking times in one gym. That was crazy, by the way, that it did that. So it might happen. Who knows that? Because they're giving me no experience. Okay, that was a lot, but still. Maybe it just takes forever for you specifically to evolve. You know, that makes sense. That would make sense. Oh, I see the puzzle. Okay. I didn't know it turned this too. but I see the puzzle. I understand the puzzle. I am doing something to the puzzle. I don't know what I'm doing, actually. Don't question me anymore, actually. What? Why do they do this sometimes? Like, these random ass fucking trainers, they use these stupid fucking items. I don't like it. Get away. Go away. Yay. Level me up, though. That's all you're useful for. Yay. 120. Okay, level 43, let's go. I can maybe do something now. That's a Pikachu. Okay, it's a child dressed up as a Pikachu. Can't you see I'm hardcore? Oh my god, bro. This guy literally said, don't call me Pookie, I'm gangster. That's what this guy literally said. And with the heart tail Pikachu too. Lol. I might have to leave. So I can get its PP back. Because Earthquake, you know, like, yeah. Wait, do you only have Pikachu? Bro, do you only have girl Pikachus? Lol. I only use Fame. Is that all you have? Bro, what is this fight? I feel like Pikachu should give me like a bajillion experience, you know? Okay, yeah, another Pikachu. Is it a girl? It is! Does it have fate? Let's see! Oh, light screen. Okay, that's different. I love shaking my fucking screen, bro. I love doing that. Actually, I might survive now because of that. Nope, okay. I'm bullying this child, that's what I'm doing. I'm just bullying a child. A child whose favorite Pokemon is Pikachu. And I'm bullying them. Lol. And this is what they deserve. This is what all Pikachu fans deserve. This shit, bruh. Yippee. Yippee! I'm gonna go back, yippee! Cause I'm pretty sure that's the last room if it's like any other fucking gym. I don't know why all the gyms only have like 3 rooms, it's kinda weird, but whatever. So I'm gonna go heal, yay! Where was the Pokemon Center again? I forgot! Why am I talking like this? I don't know. Someone help me. Oh, right there it is. I remember. I remember stings. I don't know what I remember. I just remember stings. And this is a thing. So I remember it. Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense. What am I doing here? What do I deserve? Get me out. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the gym, actually. With how weak Gabba is defensively and how overleveled they're gonna be, I don't know. Which is why I kind of wanted to do it tonight, so I didn't have to grind, you know, on stream. Because I had a bad feeling about this gym. And I still have that bad feeling. So yeah, I don't know. It'll be something, alright. That's all I'll say. It'll be an experience. I might have to cheese it. Like usual, because I'm bad at this game. But yeah, I might have to cheese it. Because why the fuck not? Let me fight you. Before I forget. Right, I wasn't in this room. Let's see, bro. I don't fucking know. What do you have right you? Why do you always have Pikachu and shit? Like, I know it's the electric gym, but why do you always have Pikachu and shit? Yeah, like, see, that's what I mean. Like, one attack and it does that much to me? I don't know. I also just don't have Swords Dance. I don't know when it gets Swords Dance. Or Dragon Dance, whatever the fuck it is. It's when it do. It gets something. It's probably when it evolves, to be honest. Please. Huh. Okay, that sucks. I thought this was the puzzle, whatever. I'm just looking for tough trains to battle, whatever. But yeah, the amount of fights I get into on a stream. I wonder how many battles I got into this stream, actually. Probably a fuck ton, honestly. No, don't do that to me, please don't do that to me. Ouch. Bro, my defense is lower and I already have like no defense, like bro, what the fuck? What are you doing to me? Just die, I should be able to one-shot you. Okay, well I also got a crit, but still. Ouch. And then Raichu. I had to heal, unfortunately. Because I am weak. I am telling you. That's what I'm saying. Beaner, this is a really bitter moment, you know? This is a real bitter moment. Okay, thank you. No! Wait, Earthquake? Wait, this is good for me, right? Oh, wait, no. You're faster. Why? Does it do that much? That should not have done that much to me. Like, you're only 5 levels higher, like, bro. Okay, well. 4 more levels. 4 more levels and then I'm cool. This kind of sucks, honestly. Like, why? Spark! This is what our gym leader did to the gym out of boredom. You know, if you can build this out of boredom, like, bro, imagine what he can do when he's not bored. Like, this shit's impressive, actually. I love the long-ass earthquake animation. I really love it, actually. Alright, fuck you. And then Luxio again, because why not? Alright, fuck you. I think during the gym battle, I'm gonna... If they have like a Magnemite or like Magnezone or something, I'm gonna use my starter. Just so I don't like fuck around, you know? Other than that, I think I should be okay. What do I do about that? Oh, nothing, okay. Yay! Yeah, but other than that, I think it's fine. 5 to 9, I'm tweaking, bro. Why does he scream that? I hate his sound. It hurts my ears. No, don't do that, don't do that. No, please, actually, that actually sucks. No, I have to heal again. Whatever, bro. I don't know why that does so much. It sucks, actually. It sucks that it does so much. Stop screaming! I hate it. Magneton. No. So they might have a steel type. Oh wait, no, that's that guy. I thought it was Magnezone for some reason. That's not a Magnezone, that's a ball. That's a ball. Okay, that's cool. Just get me out. Just get me out of here. Just let me fight the gym, bro. I mean, I could have fought the gym already, I just didn't. Something missing? What's missing? What's missing? I can't go down. Wait, do I have to go down? No, I don't have to go down. Yeah, because then I just start again. Wait, so then how do I fight him? Err. Is it not just doing that? No, I had to do it again because I jumped off. Oh my god. Yeah, so I had to be up there when it does that. The hat, maybe? Oh yeah, that. That do be missing. Okay, was it just that? Is that really all I had to do? Yeah, okay. That's cool. And I only have one more fucking Easter. I should buy more Easters. I don't know why I don't. Whatever, bro. Now I can kill this guy, baby. I'm gonna suffer. Cause I love suffering. This fight's gonna make me suffer. Kill me. Why does it take forever to load? Or not load, save. Why does it take forever to save? Bro, it's still saving. Okay, here we go. Alright, Challenger. It's not often, but some trainers managed to come and challenge me. But they've all been boring battles. I didn't break a sweat beating them. I'm Vulcan, the gym leader. They say I'm the top leader in Sinnoh, but anyway, I guess we better get this done. I hope you're the trainer who'll make me remember how fun it is to battle. I'm gonna lose, because I think you're so much higher level than me. But we'll see. I kinda wanted to get a Garchomp before I fought you, but whatever. Jolteon. Lets me kill. Why? My weakness, bro. My weakness is that move, Iron Tail. And you know, it sucks even more because I one-shot them. But they're just faster than me, so they keep using Iron Tail, and it's just... It sucks. I don't one-shot this guy. Guys are tough, we can match your toughness. You're gonna heal. Yep, okay. I didn't one-shot you and I'm like 2 levels lower than you. That's actually insane. I knew Jolteon was like kinda defensive, but oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Wait, that's crazy. Okay. That's cool. Thanks, just ritual because your defense went down. Maybe, but I don't really care right now. Luxray. Thank you, Luxray. Oh, you have Ice Fang? Oh my god. That would've one-shot me anyway. Who can I use now? You're weak to ice. I don't know what else it has. You resist electric. You're weak to electric. You're weak to electric. Unless it has a ground type move, you're cool too. So I only have 2 Pokemon I can use. You know what, let's give you experience. Even though there's not really much I can do. Oh, that's Fire Fang, okay. I didn't know what it had. I see the gimmick now. Oh, that did nothing. You probably have to die. Not like you're gonna be useless or useful in this fight anyway. I need my Pokemon to evolve. I mean, so for real, I need it to evolve. I need Gabite to just evolve already. Though, to be fair, it got so many levels in there. It was like... I don't know what level it is right now. But I think it got like 3 or 4 levels. Do I do the funny thing? I think I do the funny thing. No, I don't know if this will kill. Yeah, it didn't. If I had my bird, it would have killed. Why that almost one-shot me? I can't switch my bird. My bird is useless this fight. Electivire. I don't know what to do now. I don't know if it has an ice type move, it's this thing. It could very much have an ice type move and I'll just be fucked. But we'll see. I kinda just banking all on that. Am I dead? Oh my god. Let's see. Quick attack, okay. That did so much still. Maybe I use Dig after this. Oh, it died. I got a crit, okay. That's cool. And I Raichu. Okay, this should be easy then. It was like all the fucking other Raichus and yeah, it's just one level higher. This is your trump card, okay. Oh, that's Focus Blast. I might be dead. Your defense is bad. Oh, never mind. Okay, you one-shot him, probably. If you one-shot the Electivire, you one-shot this. Hopefully. I don't fucking know. That part goes down so slow. Okay, yeah. Yay! I need you to level up. Just 3 more levels. 3 more levels, and I'm already at Elite 4 and you're not fully evolved. It kinda sucks. That was the most fun I've had in a battle since I don't know when. It also made me excited to know you and your team will keep battling to greater heights. It's your 8th gym badge, you've earned this. I'm cool. Keeping red, let's do... Oh, I can use Waterfall now. I don't know where Waterfall is. Actually, I probably talk to the girl and then she'll give it to me. Whatever. Yay! What level is the above? It's 48. And it's level 45 right now. So 3 more levels. And then I'm there. Actually, I just realized that me sacrificing my Magna Zone to deal with the Luxury was actually really good. Because otherwise, the close combat would not have done that much. And then I probably would have had to use like another flamethrower and it probably would have died. So wow, that's cool. Are you gonna face Ceiling 4 now? No. I'm too tired. I also don't know if I can. I don't know what levels they are. I never played this game before. This is my first time playing this game. So I will save. I will save right now. And I will end. Why did it take so fast there? I've never played this game before. Okay, anyway, bye. I fucking hate Giratina, by the way. That Giratina shit. Oh my god, that did something to my sanity. I can admit that I am. But let's see. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow. Thanks for the head pat. Tomorrow is Thursday, so there's no stream. Friday, I know I said Twilight Princess is on the schedule, but I think I want to play Splatoon Raiders. So I will probably play Splatoon Raiders. And then on Saturday, I will probably play a horror game. I don't think it'll be Shipwrecked, I think it'll be something else, but I don't know what. I haven't decided yet, so we'll see. And then Sunday, more Pokemon. Yeah. That's it, Sunday more Pokemon. And then yeah, that's it. That's all I got for you, for everyone. Anyway, let me see if I can rate someone. Probably not. Cause yeah, but we'll see. Let me look at my following list. And then maybe. But like I said, probably not. Thanks for the boop. My sanity is gone, bro. I don't even want to rate anyone, actually. I'm too fucking tired because of that Giratina shit. And then, when I do the post-game of this game, it's gonna be even worse. It's gonna be an entire stream of that. So, I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I want to kill myself in-game, actually, before I do that. Before I, like, even deal with doing that. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I can't rate anyone. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna die and leave, and I'm gonna contemplate suicide tonight because of Giratina, and that's it. Anyway, goodbye.